James Hampton, welcome to Tech Talk with Daniel Albu.
Well, thanks for having me. Nice to meet you.
First of all, it's a real pleasure to have you here. Your career spans some of the most exciting transitions from the golden era of gaming, and I'm really looking forward to hearing about your experiences in the industry. But before we dive into that, let's start with your early days as a gamer. What do you remember about your first time at the arcade?
Oh, and great. That's a great subject because it's one of those subjects that, as you're growing up, your parents think otherwise, right? I went to Catholic school up until I was in the 5th grade, but in the 6th grade, my parents sent me to a public junior high school where I met what would become one of my best friends, Kevin, who introduced me to how we could sneak out the back during the last study hall and go to the local arcade where I just got to say, it was just like magic going inside there, right? You could, the sound effects, the machines themselves seemed to beckon you over to play. So I immediately came, interested in like a lot of the vector games such as Battlezone or Star Castle. Star Castle is still one of my favorite. Just, it's simple, but it's pure kind of just reactionary action shooter fun kind of stuff. So, and every time, we sort of took, left our study hall, it was always a worthwhile trip over to the arcade. So,
and during those early gaming experiences at the arcade, did you ever consider working in the gaming industry as a career?
Never crossed my mind. My friend, I stayed friends with my friend Kevin for years and years, and we went from the arcades into the computer games because his dad had an appliance store he would let us go into the store after hours and play on the Apple IIe, or actually he had an original Apple II with the dual disk drives. But from there, we learned, we would just play anything that was available. The first Wizardry, Bolo, Swashbuckler, a lot of the just gems of what gaming was like, and really getting that experience of, not just sitting in front of a computer by yourself, but doing it with a friend, and just sort of like going back and forth. And some of the stuff we had true in like role-playing games was true for computer games. It was handy to know how to map things out and keep track of where those monsters were hiding in Wizardry and stuff like that. So it was really, again, a strange, our parents didn't understand it, but they didn't need to, did they?
So how did you go from that to working at Lucasfilm Games?
So that's an interesting one. In fact, I just started kind of focusing on that myself. So I was 7 years old when Star Wars came out in 1977. And my mom helped me make my C-3PO costume that year, and I saved up my proof of purchase to get the limited edition action figure stand that had all the spaces for all the first 12 figures. And me and a neighborhood friend, my friend Paul, we spent the good chunk of our summers drawing out the movies, like in, I think, 300 or 400 pages of drawings. We did it from start to finish. We both swore
like storyboards of the entire plot.
Yeah, kind of, but only as 7 or 8 year olds do, right? Like, it's kind of funny stuff. And we both swore to each other that at some point in our lives we were going to make it to George Lucas and show him our work, and life would be good. Which, was entertaining at the time. I think I wasn't alone probably in the 7 or 8 year old with big dreams about meeting George Lucas at the time in 1978. So, fast forward a few years, it's January of 1990, and my house burned down, and I lost everything. It turned out to be both the best and worst thing that ever happened to me in some level. The worst in that, losing things wasn't the problem. It was I lost the first pair of cats I've ever had, and just sort of a shocking thing into my with my friends, just realizing how close we were to the danger. And so as I sat there, squeezed in with my college roommates into the back of a police car, I was wrapped in my Empire Strikes Back blanket that my mom had helped make for me. And again, never in a million years could I imagine that 9 months from there, what is one of the worst moments of my life I would be starting as a playtester at Lucasfilm Games 9 months later. But it did sort of introduce me to this idea of kind of following your dreams and listening to that instinct when it's talking to you out there. So shortly after the fire, carried on with the last semester of school, but I kept having these recurring dreams where I saw myself driving west in a purple car. So at the end of the semester, I found a car, I painted it purple, I headed west. And a couple months later, I ended up on the West Coast and in California, and I answered this one time that apparently Lucasfilm Games advertised in the newspaper with it didn't have any description of what the company was. It just simply said, "Are you familiar with computer games? If so, send your resume to this PO address." And to this day, I always think it's funny that the first day I went for my interview, I'm sitting down with all these other people, and I'm like, what's with all the Star Wars posters? Right? And some of the other people were interviewing were just like, "Don't you know, dude? This is Lucasfilm Games." I was like, I didn't know. I'm glad to be here, though. So it's one of those, not in a million years could I have ever connected the dots, but yet that's how life is sometimes. When it's feeding you its horse, sometimes it's setting you up for its best. And it's something that I've carried forward to this very day.
What did you put in your resume to convince them to get you an interview?
I gave them my background from, again, just sort of listing the computer systems and game consoles that I had familiarity with. A lot of it was I went to school for film and television production, so I had a background in doing kind of communications, just reporting and doing script work to sort of get things going. The funny part is that when I got there for my first day of interviews, and this is just one of those, like, in life people tell you, like, always bring extra copies of your resume. I learned that the hard way because I'm sitting there in the lobby, and the QA manager of the department comes out and says, "Oh, I've lost everyone's paperwork. So write out the list of games that you've ever worked on and just get going." And so he handed me one of those yellow notepads, and I just started making this massive list. But it just reminded me, like, one, always carry copies of your resume. Always, always, always. And two, sometimes it's enough to make a connection with someone, and someone just needs to be willing to, like, give you a chance. And I think in the circumstance that he had lost my resume, he was willing to, like, just throw me a bone and give me the opportunity to give him a list of everything. And I had more of a focus on console games. So at the time, I think they were looking for someone like with some more console background because they had a few more console titles coming up. And they wanted someone who were more familiar with, like, Nintendo and things like that than the PC at the time.
So after you ended up handing him a handwritten resume, what was the interview process like?
The interview process was kind of like they kind of dropped you into the deep end of the test pit, right? The test pit was this windowless room in the center of the building where, the playtesters from hell, as they were known at the company, sort of resided. And they kind of gave me, after the guy whose name was Kirk, after Kirk took a look at my yellow notepad of list of games, he was like, "Okay, well, why don't you try this game out?" And it was, he put me in front of the game Night Shift, which was the first game I became main tester on. And it was also the first game that has the very first design feature I added, which I sort of noticed the first day I was there. So there was a component in how, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Night Shift.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Night Shift in a moment, including your feature.
Oh, great.
So during the interview process, they just placed you in front of a computer and asked you to test out several of the games that were in production at the time?
Yeah, and then they wanted me to meet with some of the other lead testers in the department and kind of just go over my notes of what I had found and the type of things I had found. And really what they were looking for was, can I see more than just a game I'm supposed to be playing, right? Can I find do I understand what the job is, which is, one, playing games for a living is as awesome as it sounds. Okay? let's not fool anything. But at the same time, there's a discipline to it that you have to have, which is the reporting and follow up and giving clear communication in your notes so that people can reproduce what it is that you found. People can understand what it is you're pointing out, and sort of being able to gauge how severe of a problem it is. Like, is this just a cosmetic thing that's most people isn't going to affect most people, or is it a show-stopping crash bug, which is what that first bug I found that first day turned out to be. If you can't finish the game, it kind of ruins the experience, right?
And so this was the interview process. What was your first day at Lucasfilm like?
Okay, so the first day, I'll just say, I don't know if it was nerves, but I went to a fast food taco chain the night before for dinner, and I don't know if it was nerves, but I was getting sick every third mile on my way driving over to my first day at the job. And I was just like, I cannot miss my first day at Lucasfilm Games, which was definitely I was feeling a little bit green when I got there in the morning, but I soon settled down into what would turn out to be a pretty busy weekend. I started they had me immediately start in on the final testing cycles for the first Monkey Island. And it was, like a lot of most game companies that I learned, that it was all hands on deck. Everybody from, lead programmers and artists to lead testers and product support folks. Everyone kind of rolled up their sleeves and got involved with the actual play testing. And so the first day was a Friday, but I worked every day that weekend. Again, jump in, they just throw you into the deep end. Let's go. We've got to get this game out for Christmas. So, that became a cycle that I also learned would become just part of my life for the rest of my life. The Nightmare Before Christmas, but not just the movie. So
this was the first project you were assigned to, The Secret of Monkey Island?
That was the first game I dug in and tested on. Since it was in the sort of final stage before gold mastering and getting published, at the same time, they wanted me to start looking at the builds of this other game, Night Shift, which was being developed by an external development group in England, attention to detail. And they wanted, since I had found the showstopper bug on my first, when I was interviewing, they decided that I would be a good candidate for the lead tester for that game as well, for that game.
So you are indeed credited for playtesting in The Secret of Monkey Island. Now, you joined in the final stages of beta testing, like you said, and right after your first day, you had to come in on a Saturday for the big final push. And
that's right.
Did you find yourself thinking, this is not what I signed up for? Or better yet, this is exactly what I signed up for?
I didn't really know what I had signed up for, except that they seemed to, really respective that I had all this knowledge of arcade games and computer games that I had grown up playing, and that I was pretty familiar with a lot of the titles that were kind of in the mix because of my friendship with my friend Kevin, and just sort of the games we played with my roommates in college and things. We were big fans of things like, we'd play the Infocom Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, as a kind of a group game, right? Where everyone would sort of throw out answers while we're playing on a Saturday night kind of thing. So they seemed to really like the fact that they didn't have to explain that side of things to me. So I could just kind of roll up my sleeves and dig right in. The part that threw me that I just, in the category of not knowing what to expect, was just how everyone, again, from the top to the bottom, really got involved in it. You could feel the excitement of people wanting to get this. It was work, right? It was being a playtester means you're also the kind of the bearer of bad news, right? If you've got something to say to the programmers upstairs, they're not happy to see you. It means, because chances are it means that they're going to have to stay over as well, just like you are. But just seeing that the kind of the excitement that everyone was sharing, on a Saturday, right? Everyone kind of came in and did their part, so that the game could come out in time. And I love that. I love that kind of, all in this together type of spirit.
Now, what are some of the things that might have been overlooked or missed if it weren't for those long nights in the final days of production?
I think a lot of times it's there's several layers of testing that kind of goes on, right? One of the things I helped evolve was this outlook that in a lot of companies, and this is still true probably to this day, testing is the part of the process that gets squeezed on the most, right? Like it's, we don't need much time for testing. There won't be any bugs. It's like, I don't know why people who make games believe any of that, but because that's never the process. And so there's times where the kind of bugs you're looking for are actually, does this make logical sense? Is it fun to play? Is it fair to the player? Does a player have opportunity to solve this on their own without additional resources and those kind of questions? And then there's a time where it's, does the game functionally crash or have technical errors that, stop the player from playing? And both matter, both count. And so you can't, the reality is, and like something you learn over time is that you can't play test a game enough. Like the first hour the game is out in public release, there's 10,000 people who right away who might have access to what, the things that you've been playing for how many months as you've been testing on it. And so part of that job of being the tester is to sort of think outside of even your own box and try to discover different new ways. Like, well, what if I do this? And what if I do that? Well, you're not supposed to. Exactly. That is the challenge, is to kind of push the game to its limits and make sure that it doesn't collapse or, cause a crash bug unexpectedly.
And when you first encountered the stump joke during testing, did you expect that players would take it seriously enough to call customer service asking for disk 22?
No, but then again, I learned to not be nothing surprising. People love to call the customer support group, and Lucasfilm had a really solid department there. It was a nice companion group to us testers. In fact, sometimes they would have the testers jump in and answer some phone calls if it was getting pretty busy. Which was, it's like we had the experience playing it. Like that happened with a lot of the people always forget that Lucasfilm had a number of World War II flight simulators. And so there were we had testers who were actual military, flown military aircraft. And they would get on the support calls with some people, and they would sometimes just talk for at length about just different types of planes and things like that. But Lucasfilm wanted to support that kind of connection with this audience, so I thought it was kind of cool.
And since the insult sword fighting is a key element in this game, did you find it tedious to check all the possible dialogue options to make sure that the game was running properly and you're not progressing without using the actual correct response each and every time?
Well, I think this is a good example of testing as a job, right? There is a point where it's not just that you have to test every response. It's that this is probably like maybe, this could be the 30th, 40th, 50th time you've done this entire sequence where you're testing every single response based on which build it is. And I know it's hard to fathom, but that's how test departments and test plans get developed, is that, people get assigned a section. They have a large checklist of, try this with that, basically type of scenarios. And you, as a lead tester, try to encompass as much as you can in those test plans so that as much territory is covered. And I always was, not surprised, but, it was thrown a couple times by when we released Monkey Island 2, there was a bug that appeared in the last, it's almost to the end sequence of the game. And we were able to track it down, and we used a system that we had developed with full giant binders full of test plans. And we were able to track down which tester had looked at it, and they admitted, they were like, "Oh yeah, that was that day that this happened." And I didn't get to finish, and it was one of the options, and it caused a crash bug that someone found within the first day of it being released. And it's like, it's an unfortunate truth, but it just reminds you that, like, you're on the front line. You've got to try anything and everything. And one slip, the good side is we were able to narrow it down and catch it because we had this system in place. But there's a definite, it's work, right? Like, you have to kind of face the same section and keep yourself fresh. So you're not just doing the same thing that you did 30 times playing it before. Your job is to mix it up and to do what players might just do on their own, because they, it's chaos out there in the testing world sometimes, right? That's what they're paying you for.
And when you play a game for the first time, I presume that you don't get a walkthrough. You're supposed to test everything and try to solve the puzzles by yourself. So in the scene where Guybrush is underwater, attached to a statue with tons of sharp objects out of reach, I understand that some testers found this puzzle incredibly difficult, while others quickly solved it by, picking up the statue. Which group did you fall into?
I like to let things settle for a while, so I'll say that's my nice way of saying that I didn't solve the puzzle right away at the time. That is part of part of it is that's the answer. You want to see all, what happens when your character does this or does that. And so at the same time, it's, that's actually part of the job as well, is not, bugging your neighbor tester about how they did it, right? Like, because we're supposed to be representing, we represent the actual end player, the customers out there who actually go ahead and buy the game. And so we want to, we're there to defend their experience and make sure it's as robust as it possibly can be. And so we constantly have to kind of go outside of the way of thinking. I learned a lot just by watching some of the more senior testers. There was this one guy, Dave Popovich, who was really, really good at destroying the game Loom, which was was an old one, but it was being developed as the first game with voiceover actors, and it was being developed for the FM Towns, which was like a CD-ROM based unit. And at the time in 1990, that was unheard of, right? It was like going from, silent movies into, scored film. So it was a pretty big setup. But this one tester was a nightmare for Brian Moriarty, Dave. He could take pretty much any build within 20 minutes, find something that was just brand new, and it turned out that he had it before. So it was, there was a bit of back and forth. Sometimes, we could tell that it gets to be a lot when the tester shows up at your door with a report in hand that says, "Oh no, that weekend trip you were thinking isn't going to happen." Right?
But what happened in cases in which you got stuck on a puzzle for too long? I mean, you probably had to keep progressing in the game in order to test everything. But if you don't use a walkthrough, then you just ask for advice, or I don't know.
So that's they did at the time. The hint books were actually developed internally. So some of the people, this woman Judith, who also oversaw the testing department and did a lot of the documentation for the games, she also wrote the initial hint book, which had, I don't know if you remember, it used like a red bar type of, so you could bring your red bar viewer over it to see the answers. And they were really carefully crafted hints so that, you didn't just give you the answer. It gave you sort of hints that would lead you to the answer. So you had several steps to take before you actually just were outright, here's how to do it type of thinking. And so that was actually one of the things we tested. I was assigned to test during the Monkey Island final testing, was to make sure that the hints were lining up correctly, and that we also that didn't just give away the answer upright, but that each hint had a 2 or 3 step process where the player could still, have you tried looking here? Have you tried looking here with this? We took this thinking, and this is something that was sort of, there was a fundamental philosophy at Lucasfilm Games at the time that sort of, they were going out of their way to separate themselves from companies like the adventure games of Sierra Online. In fact, Sierra Online and Lucasfilm Games were had a friendly rivalry as far as adventure games go, and there was quite a few poking fun at each other in different scenarios, such as, Sierra games were notorious for, and you walk into a room and then you're dead. Right?
And you look at something and you're dead.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, that didn't align with the philosophy of Lucasfilm, which is, being fair to the player. We don't want people to feel like we're just there's impossible or unkind or unfair to them. There's a solution in the game. You just have to keep digging. So
that's why I liked LucasArts games so much, and didn't like any Sierra games up until the point they tried the LucasArts philosophy of, they didn't remove deaths altogether, but they stopped with the dead ends. And whenever you would die, you get a try again button. So you didn't have to deal with the constant saving, which I felt took you out of the game altogether, because you constantly dealt with saving the game. And that's not exploring, that's not being immersed in the gameplay. That's
right.
A technical
paranoia.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I definitely, or not, not just because I work there, but as a player, I appreciated that the game was, had fairness in mind. And in fact, one of the things I just realized was not common, but that people like Ron Gilbert wanted the feedback from the testing department. He wanted to listen, he was open to listening to us. And so while the development of Monkey Island 2 was underway, one of the big resources we turned was the library and the different card catalog. Effectively, most of the puzzles that are in the game can be solved by researching things in the library. I know that's, it seems kind of straightforward, but putting the right kind of hint structure into it meant that we had a way for the player to, solve their own problems, if you will. And to me, that sort of spoke to the fairness factor. We wanted people to have a reason, yes, we wanted people to call the hint line, but we also believe that people should be able to solve the game, do their own research inside the game world and find their answers. So I was pretty happy about stuff like that. And that Ron Gilbert was open to us testers getting involved in writing most of the cards there. So.
And during your Monkey 1 testing, was there a specific puzzle or sequence that you felt needed some tweaking? Was it even possible to make adjustments to any of the puzzles at that stage?
At that stage, and that's what I was trying to explain earlier, there's times where you do more design. There's an opportunity to do design testing. However, most companies don't let the testing department add it until it's beta or passed. And once the titles reach beta, it's pretty rare to make any type of larger changes or design changes. What they're really looking for is the technical alignment, so that that it installs correctly. There's there aren't any show-stopping crash bugs and things like that. They're not, the time for feedback was a few months back, right? And in fact, that's part of our process that I was glad that the folks at Lucasfilm Games seemed open to. They realized that getting the design feedback, in the 11th hour before you're publishing isn't helpful, but getting it 6 months before you're ready to publish means you could actually do things about it and make those improvements. So they made a point to get a lead tester assigned to the project pretty early on. And that's some of the changes I just saw while things were progressing from when we went from Monkey Island 1 to Monkey Island 2, for example.
Now, apparently, many cuts were made during production, especially when trying to fit everything onto as few floppy disks as possible. The removal of Spiffy the dog's close-up in the Scum bar comes to mind. I mean, it even made it to the back cover, only to be removed.
It's on the back box.
Yeah, only to be removed in the final game. So I presume it was removed in the last minute, given that it made it into the marketing itself. Did you encounter any other last-minute cuts due to bugs or space limitations?
Not for Monkey Island 1. Again, they had ironed out most of, the things like a space limitation. And this is like one of those hard things to think about. We had to think about the number of 3.5-inch floppy disks we were putting things on. right? So the installation, like I tested like the Amiga and the Atari ST versions of Monkey Island, and really when you got a build and you had to basically make, you're manufacturing 8 to 10 3.5-inch floppies, then you have to like test the installation sequence each time for each configuration of, Amiga or Atari ST at the time. It was like, wow, it's a lot. It's a lot of work. Just sort of keeping track of just the installation process alone. Was that kind of, sort of change. I think that's why the types of things that we noticed, we wanted to get more involved. And again, because of people like Ron Gilbert, he welcomed the feedback, and the testing department created what we called the giant debug or design bug. And that came out early on. It came out, almost at like an early alpha stage, which gave the other, the production team some time to consider the ideas. Like some of the folks I work with, like Jim Curran and Brett Mogilevsky, Egg, we're all fans of things like, the Indiana Jones. So the map sequence to have the Monkey Island flying travel sequence sort of emulate Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark mapping travel sequences. Ron loved that. So it's like that's the kind of stuff made it. And
so you just called Brett Mogilevsky Egg. Did they call you Purple during the testing period?
Yeah, that's right. So in the test pit, and again, this is 1990, there was a single lone, I think it was a Mac SE. No, it was a Mac. It was one of the early Mac's network device, but it was the only one. We had one in the department, and everyone shared it to enter their bugs with. And so a tradition had been started by one of the early kind of managers at the test department, Terry Bratcher, who just started nicknaming everybody. And so, we had folks, I can't remember why Brett was Egg, but he was Egg, right? We had other, folks named like, Fretless and Goat and, Bo and Bubba. And I became named Purple because I had showed up in a purple marble car with purple glasses on. So it stuck, right?
Now, one of the cut rooms in the game was a trail room leading up to the cannibals' village. And it seems like it was cut very late into production because they were able to produce a 256 color version of it. Do you remember that room?
The cannibal room? I don't actually.
Okay, so this is the room. Let me know if you remember it. So when you walk to the cannibal village, then in the game you just get to the village. But there was this room that was cut from the final game that was a trail room leading up to the cannibals' village.
Okay.
See, so
I do remember seeing the screen, so it's like in my mind, I'm like, okay, I know I've seen this, but I don't recall it. That part getting cut.
So this was cut at the very last minute because there's a 256 color version of it. So they probably figured out that it was a long walk that didn't actually benefit the player in any way. And that's it.
Not everything gets cut before technical reasons, right? I think, if it's a boring sequence, it's a boring sequence. And the folks the people in the Scum group definitely wanted, things to be sort of have a great pace and be sort of punchy. So I could see why they might cancel that.
And especially when you're looking at ways to reduce the game size to make it fit on as few floppies as possible. So this room is kind of useless.
Well, and again, it's like that's something, one of the values of being a tester is that you get exposed to all the different aspects of the development groups. I knew at times work with, side by side if it's your tracking down a bug. And so you realize that everyone has kind of, has the shared vision of making a great game, but everyone has their own kind of angle on how they're going to, raise the bar for their section of the game that they're building. And it was always interesting to see. I think sometimes when you have to make, I learned as, when I became a producer later on, it was those calls are really important in that sense of like, you need to place yourself in the player experience at all time, right? Are you cutting something that the player is going to be like, wait, what just happened? You want things just like in movies, or if you're noticing the editing, chances are it's not a great editing job, right? Like it's not meant to be noticed. It's meant to just sort of be there as the fulfilling experience that it becomes. And, not this sort of list of, wow, it took 20 minutes for him to walk through the jungle to that town instead of 2 minutes that it could have taken instead. That kind of fine tuning is, you have to make, it's difficult sometimes to not release something that has been fully worked on. And it seems like, as I got further and further into the production process at different companies, they started using more, I'll just say, cinematic type approaches where a lot of times it was really useful to actually storyboard out what a game experience was from like turning, we were working on a different handheld consoles at the time, but just keeping what the player experience is from and always describing things in the term of the player can do this or the player sees that, so that it's, you don't fall into the trap of, hey, we know this game backwards and forwards. Of course it's that. The answer is this, we know that because we've been playing it for 6 months solid, right? And it's, you always have to keep the sort of fresh experience in mind.
And just like the entire team spent long nights and their weekends on testing the game, I understand that they also helped out with the packaging of the game itself in order to make it ready for shipping. Did you join that particular fun activity?
I did the tail end, which was them coming back one night with a bunch of the first round of boxes where we put them into shipping boxes to get them ready to go. There was a warehouse group that had been set up as also part of the games group. The Adventurer magazine, I don't know if you recall, was included in some of the early titles. But there was a larger group that it did go down to the EA distribution center. I wasn't necessarily part of that, but it was, again, just more of that frontline type of thinking, right? Like, we've got to get this game shipped. And so they brought back some of the games that had been fully packaged, but then we did a lot of direct sales, and we wanted those to go out that same day that they were being shipped to the store distributor. So there was a bit of an overnight push for that as well. So roll up your sleeves, even if it's not in your job description. I think that's the other part, right? It's like, sure, our technical job was as testers, but we did a lot of stuff that was well beyond testing of games at times because it's what needed to be done,
Now, we talked about the red gel that was used for the handbooks themselves. Now, in the previous Lucasfilm Games adventures, the red gel was used for the copy protection. But in Monkey 1, you had the pirate wheel. Did you also have to test that as part of your playtesting sessions?
The copy protection code wheel was like first introduced in the Monkey Island, and it was one of the first things you have to kind of confirm to test is to make sure that code wheel works. So when I got onto Monkey Island again, and most of those materials were well past any type of design phase, it was in the final testing, but it was some of the package I was given when I first started testing the game. It was like, here's a stack of floppies. There's a PC, and here's your first code wheel that we're going to have you. At the time, they actually had finished code wheels that, the actual published ones. But on other games, like such as Night Shift, I still have it in my office somewhere. The original black and white. We Xeroxed it and taped it together with those, pin graphs that you use on binders and notebooks sometimes. But it still works, and it has to work because, well, that's how it's going to actually be shipped with. And so, you want to catch those long before if they become an issue. So.
Now, speaking of Night Shift, still in 1990, you are credited as a game tester on Night Shift. Now, in addition to testing the game, as you mentioned, you also designed a gameplay feature for it. Can you elaborate on your role as a game tester and your creative contributions to this game?
Yeah, so Night Shift, to those who aren't familiar with it, was one of the early games that I was assigned to. And again, as during my interview stage, I had found this I announced it as a critical show-stopping end-of-game bug because you technically couldn't finish the game. And this was an example of like me being a fresh person to it. The team who had been looking at it for a long time, they got used to how the game worked. Whereas for me, the premise of the game was that you're a factory worker in the factory that makes Star Wars action figures. And so each game level is about like, you have to make, 3 blue stormtroopers. And so there's all these different parts of the machine. It was like, originally, imagine an arcade type of setup where there's like the machine is like 4 screens high, and you have different components. Like it starts coming down, like you choose which model, and then on the second level is the paint stage, and on the third level it's putting it together with heads and bodies type of stage. And at each point, the machine can go wrong. But you spend most of your time having to like get on this bicycle and keep the actual electricity going. Almost, you spend half your time going back to the bicycle and keeping electricity going. But while you're down there, if it could take, say you didn't get the color started getting out of whack and you're supposed to make blue, but you're making green. By the time it gets to you where you are pedaling the bike, you can do nothing about it. And you're already on the way to failing and you end up losing at the time of the game. So the design feature I ended up adding was a simple visual cue, a set of alarm like warning lights and a bell that simply would go off by the bicycle. It was set up so that you would let you know that it's the top level, the second level, the third, or the fourth that has the issue or the error that needs to be corrected. So you at least have a shot at it, right? Like, there's a definite philosophy sometimes with gaming that, it's like, we want to make this game as hard as physically possible, right? And I understand why, but it's always that issue of fairness came in, and the other folks at LucasArts at the time, they agreed, and we were able to convince the developer attention to detail to get it done. And part of the adventure was, and this is again things I learned and used throughout my career, was when it's time to get a game finished, it's really helpful to have the core programmers being able to sit next to the testers. And so they brought a number of the folks from attention to detail, and they had them basically live with us in a room adjacent to the test pit, where basically we would spend night and day making their lives miserable. They'll just be like, "Oh, we're not quite there yet." But it was also a good kind of fun, right? Like they were good folks, and there's a lot of kind of outside of the office, everyone has to eat dinner, right? And sometimes some of the solutions that we had to come to, like, Night Shift was a game that was being released on first the PC, but then the Amiga, the Atari ST, and the Commodore 64. And the lead programmer, this guy, John Steele, was, he was really adept at knowing the hardware problems. And at the time, we were just lucky to live in an area that there was a store in Berkeley called Winter Circle. It was at the very end of Telegraph Ave, and it had everything. Like if they didn't have it in their store, they could get it for you. So when, we needed like more, to replace some of the memory on the Atari STs, or we needed, replacement, even just like as basic as a mouse, to sometimes the entire, display board would have to get done. I was able to, get the John, the attention to detail programmer. We took a road trip over to Berkeley, and we basically just like, get what you need, pal. Right? Like, we're gonna shake this store loose. And the folks at Winter Circle at the time, they were just awesome about it. So it's one of those like, Bay Area resources that why it was good to be like in the part of that location at the time. You can find your answer.
In 1991, you were credited as the lead playtester for Monkey Island 2: LeChuck's Revenge. Now, in my conversation with Michael Land, we discussed the implementation of the iMuse system in Monkey Island 2, which allowed for dynamic music changes during gameplay. But I'm curious to know, what was it like to test this system given the endless soundtrack possibilities?
Well, this was an example of both developing a formal test plan and at the same time with a system that is designed to make it seem that there's endless possibilities. How do you sort of test that range? And so we did develop, it was part of we developed a formal system with a checklist of, have you done this? Have you done that? And knowing that those changes would involve the audio cue as well. So we didn't have a full list of each audio asset, but we could annotate, like, did the audio, change from one style to another? Is it actually doing the type of change? Because we didn't have access necessarily to what it's supposed to be. It wasn't like, oh, this piece of music is supposed to go exactly with this. It was meant to be sort of more adaptive in the sense of, does it seem to go with what's happening on the screen? Yes. And it passes. And we were really looking for, things where voices may not be playing out at all. Incompatibility. There was a time of like the Sound Blaster audio cards and all this. There was things that needed to be sort of hobbled together to play a game in 1991 was no easy feat. And then trying to like do the breadth of how much testing that needs to be done around it. I think it was one of the first games at LucasArts that had like this. They wanted a formal test plan, and we had binders upon binders and assigned to each of the different main testers of each section, and to be like, okay, this page is confirmation that you've checked every single action verb in the display at the bottom with every object in every single room. And you had to do that for all versions. So PC version, the Amiga version, the ST version, it was wide coverage that wasn't perfect, but it was a lot more comprehensive than what we had tried before. So, we were ambitious in trying. I'm sure a few things got through, though. I'm sure they did.
And did you have to account for specific interactions where the music would switch in ways that might affect the gameplay itself?
Again, and this is where it's like they're relying on the testing department to have, does it thematically make sense? Like, was it a jarring transition? Was it playing music that shouldn't be played, and have a familiarity with the experience enough so that if it fit or didn't fit? And since it was an adaptive, not play this at this time with this item, there was a little bit more flexibility in how the testers interpreted things. So there were a lot of, some of the technical type bugs would be like certain voices wouldn't play in the soundtrack. So you might hear like it might have, say, in a piece of music that uses, 5 or 6 instruments, 1 or 2 of them might not actually play, or not only start out playing the first, the first section of the music and then stop. And then if you're familiar with the music enough, you're like, hey, wait, that stopped. Right? And then the testers only knows that it's missing something because they've heard it 30 times before. Right? But that's the kind of thing that the test department's there to look for. So
the reason I'm asking this question is because there are segments in the game in which the transition between the musical cues is more subtle and doesn't stop the game. For example, when Guybrush enters the rooms in Woodtick, then he first enters the room, then the transition would happen in the music. But there were some transitions that stopped Guybrush altogether until the music reached a certain point in that specific sequence before the next musical cue would play, and then Guybrush would continue walking or doing whatever. So, for example, when Guybrush is in the swamp and he's trying to get to the voodoo lady, So he reaches a platform, the platform that rises like an elevator and takes him up to the top of the skull. And when you get to that platform, then Guybrush stops for a second until the musical cue plays, and then the platform rises. So, for example, this might be considered a bug unless you know that this is what the composers meant for it to happen.
Well, right, and that's kind of what I'm. The testers being familiar with what the compositions are and what they're supposed to sound like. There was some back and forth, and again, sometimes the test department would just simply be like, "Hey, can I look at this with you?" And you can, our job was to report on everything, whether it stayed open or just got closed as a bug was another issue. But it was our job to kind of bring the attention to it. And sometimes, there was solid back and forth. Again, it depended on which phase of the development you're in. There's better times to bring that kind of feedback up than there are when you're trying to get it out the door. So.
Now, unlike the first game, Monkey Island 2 gave players the option to choose between the original version and the light version with fewer puzzles and an easier difficulty. What was it like to test both versions? Did you approach them as, two different games, two separate games, or did you play the original version and then consider the changes that are supposed to be implemented in the light version and just review those?
Well, so this is actually, it came with some of the planning that we did around the testing. So I think at this time that I started to develop the sense that it's good to keep a list of people in the company that are what I call blind testers. Like you keep them purposely, don't touch it. Don't have your first experience until we're ready to tell you to have your first experience. Because one of the truths of testing is that every time a new person touches it, they're going to see things that they have a good chance to see and spot things that the average, the regular tester might have lost in the process. So it's that what I call the first time user experience. You can't, once a person's had their first time user experience, they can't be used as first time user testers, right? But that type of thinking of, I'm unfamiliar with this game. I just installed it. What do I do? How does it play? And so when we had the two different versions, the never kissed a girl version, gamer version, right? That was the baseline. And I believe most of the game was actually developed around the full complete version. And then they sort of pulled back and did the more simplified kind of, lightweight version of the title. But we had to keep some of the different people. So at the time, there were a number of titles being developed. We interchanged with the Secret Weapons of the Luftwaffe group, which was, they're not average adventure game players. So they, in some level, are the kind of people you want looking at it. They're like used to playing flight simulators. Well, we want you to play an adventure game. And how does it make you, can you navigate around it? Because, again, as a tester, you get so familiarized with the language and just the flow of how you go from screen to screen that it's really easy to lose that, hey, I don't know what the heck I'm doing here, or how does this make a difference? And really sort of gauging like, well, these people aren't hardcore gamers or they're not hardcore adventure gamers, but can they have a nice experience with the light version? And, we were able to kind of prove yes or no, or if, by simply keeping people in the company on this sort of rotating list of, okay, you haven't seen it yet. You haven't seen it yet. Come on and test this version out after they've made some changes. It was a very kind of, you learn that game making is really a lot like cooking, in that there's certain kind of like you're stirring a pot and you're like, it needs more oregano, or it needs more salt and pepper, or, that kind of additive of which just getting the mixture just right. But you have to taste test it with people. And a lot of that involves people who you keep on this list of, having never seen the game before. You just want that honest feedback that the first time gamer or first time player can give you.
And just like in Monkey Island 1, during the production of Monkey Island 2, major scenes had to be cut due to storage constraints. Do you recall what kind of content was removed? And And furthermore, how did the team decide what to cut without compromising the overall experience?
We always understand that there's going to be cutting room floor additions. But it's funny that I always look at the development of Monkey Island 2 as an additive experience, because it was after everyone tested on Monkey Island 1, Ron really liked the process of the test department coming up with our giant debug, and really invited us to give that kind of design level feedback on different things and share ideas. And, we proposed, as I mentioned before, the sort of Indiana Jones map, and the making the library card catalog as a sort of answer system for the game. Why other sections got cut, at the top of my head, I'm sure it was having to do with keeping the floppy disk count down to a minimum, and at the same time, it was the game. The ending of the game, for example, was a process that, again, Ron, to his credit, opened the door and had a few of us testers join him and the Scum group in the brainstorming session of how they wanted to end Monkey Island 2 and how they wanted to reach its conclusion. And that type of feedback was great to be able to give. I'll take credit for I suggested that I called it the Sane Elsewhere ending, where the lead character ends up, if you recall Sane Elsewhere, the last scene is them pulling out, and Sane Elsewhere turns out to be a building in a snow globe type of thing, and they're all in this sort of Boston apartment instead of it. And Ron really seemed to like it. He liked the idea of landing with an older brother being LeChuck, and the Guybrush sort of in their kind of kid's bedroom was something that, having an older brother myself, I get it. It's I thought that was a great way to end this, end the storytelling. And
so
again,
you're to blame for the Monkey Island 2 ending and its aftermath.
In that aspect, I suppose. I mean, I liked it myself. I know some people disagree, but I guess it's just sort of kind of takes your point of view. They just, Ron, it was nice to be part of that process of just like, hey, we're brainstorming how to wrap this up. We really want to bring it to a conclusion that people find satisfying. And I know, it is sort of a storytelling kind of crutch, maybe, to do it that way, but it's also, I thought it was actually in the right spirit of things. And again, having grown up with my older brother and sharing that, it's sort of fun. He wasn't LeChuck, but we brothers get along, right?
So for the record, I love the ending to Monkey Island 2, and I love the way that it helped transition Monkey Island 2 into Return to Monkey Island. Did you play Return to Monkey Island?
I started to. I haven't finished. I just got
so
it,
if you started to play Return to Monkey Island, then you know that it starts off from the ending of Monkey Island 2. So you got to experience the aftermath of the ending you suggested. So I love the ending to Monkey Island 2. I love Return to Monkey Island, and later on, Ron Gilbert, spoiler alert, did a similar thing in Thimbleweed Park. So.
Oh, great. Well,
so
and I think that's the thing, what I really appreciated about someone like Ron was that he wanted his, the game to be the best possible, and was willing to go, open to hearing wanted the floor to be open so that all ideas could get kind of poured in, because a lot of times that is what the creative process is about, right? Like someone says something, they gives them sort of a track to sort of bounce off of it. And it wasn't just, again, a lot of companies don't treat their QA departments this way, where they just simply look at them as, a place that's there to get it through the final beta stage. Whereas, what Lucasfilm Games really embraced was this notion that, hey, quality assurance means, there's quality to be assured throughout the process. And, even the game design stages, can be helped by some testers.
Now, I'd like us to take a look at a few cutscenes that were cut from the game, and I'd love to hear if you got to see them before they were removed. So all the cutscenes that I'm going to show you are basically close-up shots of LeChuck and Largo when they're talking in the fortress. And these close-ups were not in the final game. So we have this one, and we have this one as well. And these look amazing, but I guess that they took up a lot of space, so they had to be removed. And this one.
And this would have appeared at, I guess, at the end of the game, right? Like,
so there are cutscenes throughout the game in which Largo is talking to LeChuck and informing him of Guybrush's progress. And during these cutscenes, you get the regular gameplay view of seeing Largo and LeChuck, just like you see them in the gameplay itself, using the same sprites. But these cutscenes, cutscenes, have the close-ups that were supposed to be in those cutscenes that were removed, probably because they took up a lot of space.
Yeah, I that's the first time I saw those. So
another change that had to be made was with the number guessing puzzle in the alley. Do you remember that one?
Oh, so man.
in the final game, there's a man behind the door that shows you two hand gestures and asks you what the number is. Like, he shows you, if this is 5, how much is this?
Oh, okay.
Now, the challenge in that puzzle comes from the player trying to find a solution based on, patterns or math equations or something more complicated, when in fact the answer is simply the number he shows with his hand the first time. So if he says, if this is 5, how much is this? Then the answer is 3, because that's the first number I showed you. But apparently, the puzzle was originally completely different and was a color guessing game instead. He tells you what's different about the People's United Republic pertaining to Lunkhead's execution. And you're supposed to figure out that the color he's talking about is purple because the initials of what he said are purple.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Purple. So that was the original puzzle, and that was changed with what we have now in the final game. Do you remember that puzzle?
I don't remember the original, what you're describing as the named, but I do remember this section of the game with the hand gestures. Not sure why they would make a change like this, except that perhaps they didn't think people were getting the answer, easy enough. But
so the thing I wanted to ask you was whether or not this was changed due to feedback from the playtesters, because it was, I can't even assess if this is too difficult or too easy, because it seems kind of obvious to me, but it may be too difficult because, then when you have this type of puzzle, then you're dealing with problems in localizations, because the initials won't work when you translate this game to German.
Right, and that definitely, there was definitely, there was a knowledge that the games were intended to be distributed, and have German or non-English speaking versions of it. I would also think that it's like maybe they just felt that the puzzle was flowed better, perhaps with just the hand gestures versus the description. It's like it's a different kind of puzzle overall. It wasn't necessarily because of the artwork, because they use the same artwork in the final version anyways. And
speaking of localizations, what'd you think of the monkey wrench puzzle?
Monkey wrench puzzle. I'm sorry.
So the monkey wrench, there's a monkey in your inventory, and you're supposed to use it on the pump to stop the waterfall.
Oh, right.
So this is the monkey wrench. But the problem is that only in the US, a monkey wrench is a monkey wrench. No one calls it a monkey wrench anywhere else. So it didn't work well in translations. It didn't even work well in the UK, where you have the English version, but the monkey wrench is not a monkey wrench in the UK.
that's a good bug. we should give you a nickname and have you fill it out. Go back in time, right?
So in the past, you described the vibe at Lucasfilm Games as creative chaos. Can you share a specific example of how that creative chaos led to a breakthrough or key moment during the development of Monkey 2?
This kind of goes with some of the just extra hours that sometimes people have and pull. So there's a stage that most LucasArts games go through. They have it's again sort of an early feedback forum for people who aren't familiar with the game. It's called like a pizza orgy, right? Where basically they get a bunch of pizzas and they show people like an alpha or later alpha version of the game where they can just sort of like the people who are making it can watch people have the experience, their first time playing experiences. And it's again sort of it's a more informal version of playtesting effectively, but we as the playtesting department were help set them up for it. So, it can get kind of busy in there. And one of the things that happened is we assembled all the. This is going to sound funny, but so it was always on the second floor of the offices of A building where Lucasfilm Games was at the time, and to make it feel more jungle-like, we sort of gathered together every single plant that we could find within within the building and sort of gathered them together as to create this sort of jungle-like experience up at the top. And again, this just sort of speaks to there was an opening as far as being a playtester, right? While programmers didn't like seeing us, they understood that we were still part of their team and we just wanted to make the best game possible. But they also appreciated that, there were people who are going to school, going to college to become, graphic artists. And so one of them we called Stainless had done a version of Guybrush, and we took some of the original posters from the Monkey Island 1 release, and then it was the summer that Terminator 2 had come out. So we made these sort of adaptations to the posters that we stuck on top of the poster that said M2, for during the pizza orgy. And the end result after the pizza orgy, we got all the feedback was that the testers we took back all the plants and put them in the test pit instead. So like when you went into the test pit, it was like you had to step through a jungle to kind of get into it. And it was, stuff like that. Of course, we had to put it back all the next day and stuff, but it was pretty funny for the first day that we had it happen, right? People were like, "Hey, where's all the plants?" And then they would open the door and there's a jungle in here, right? Come on. That's the kind of stuff that you do when you're waiting for a build to compile and it's, you've got like time in your hand, a little bit of time in your hands, but then suddenly the build finally drops and then it's back to business. But you can have some fun as you go. So that kind of open-endedness of things, like, how people could kind of like throw into the mix just to kind of, it helps keep those late nights seem a little bit less late.
And when working with Ron Gilbert and the Monkey 2 team, how did the feedback loop between QA and the designers work? Were there any disagreements or debates about which changes to implement?
Well, again, this was like, to Ron Gilbert's credit, he was very open to hearing from what the testers had to say. So, while we did always, our first job is to get the technical testing done, he did allow us to have like what we called the, D category. There was like A bugs, fatal, B, a big problem, but not fatal, C being kind of cosmetic, and D being design. And so he allowed us to keep our design feedback, as a kind of a short loop, and encouraged us after we did this build document as the big design bug to kind of keep that process going all the way till, when he was scripting out the end sequence. He got us, we had a few of us going to join that brainstorming session. And, for us, it's pretty I learned that it was not as, that's a rare thing in the games business, right? A lot of times, again, they just look at QA as a technical function and not a design resource, which I think a lot of times, companies would probably value more, because if you're in a testing department, chances are, you do have a representation of what the end consumers like and what their expectations are as far as modern games. Are they up to standard? Are they up to snuff? And if you've ever been in the experience of like having, I grew up working a paper route to pay for some video games, right? And at the time when you got one of them home, and there wasn't really a way to return it if it was not a great game, right? Like, so that type of shared experience is something that we felt that we wanted to protect our end users from. So I think Ron appreciated that and kind of kept an open door for us as through the process, and until it was time to not do that anymore, right? Like, let me tell you, when it gets to that, we're shipping it stage, the whole tone changes.
And what was it like to see your ideas come to life in the finished product? Because up to that point, you were, a playtester and weren't part of the design process. So what was it like?
I mean, for me, it was just exciting to make a difference, right? To have a role. And I realized what an opportunity it was to be part of a department where, the people on the creative side, people like Ron, appreciated that we had feedback that could help his game. And it was nice to just be recognized as part of that. The testing department is a great place for a lot of people to get started in the games business. We had a number of testers who became Scrum programmers, artists, sound people, or there's a natural order towards game production or being a game producer, as part of, that role. And you realize, there's one of it is just simply keeping the communication flowing, right? Your delivery of bug reports to the developers, whether they're upstairs on the Monkey Island team or 5,000 mile away in the UK on the, say, night shift development team, you deserve develop a rapport with them of a bit of back and forth, and the communication happens in the bug reports, right? There's one of the systems that I still sort of manage to this day is when you're making bug reports, there's two categories, right? There's like the QA status, which is when you first enter it, it's open. And then there's the developer status, which is what they're saying it is. So we report a bug, it's open, it goes to the development group. And once they fix it, they say, oh, it's fixed in build 1.2.1 or something. And then then the job of the QA group is to verify the fix and make sure that it in fact is fixed. And that agreement of having two stages where, a bug isn't closed until it's both the programmers and the QA group agrees that it's been fixed, it's been closed, it's been ignored. It's, there's a handshake where the QA group does have a stand to be like, hey, no, you guys are calling it fixed, we're calling it open. It's time to get in a room and hash it out, right? And that's where you learn, how to be. I learned a lot of like what being a producer was, and kind of not necessarily outright saying the answer, but bringing the parties together into a room so they can hash out how important it is, how much it needs to be fixed, what could be done to fix it. Those type of issues that was really helpful for me to see, again, just sort of understanding the process of what it was to make a game and seeing how all these different people sort of interacted with each other. And again, on the tester side, you're on the front line. Here, we found this, and we're going to hold our ground because it's a really bad problem. And it wasn't always easy, but for the most part, I think both sides understood that we're aiming for the same thing, which is to make the best game possible.
Now, the Amiga version of Monkey 2 was nicknamed Disk Juggling Simulator due to its whopping 11 floppy disks. Now, as a playtester,
like 11 disks, I think.
Yeah, 11 floppy disks.
It was something like 11 disks, yeah.
Now, as a playtester, do you recall providing any feedback on things like disk switching during gameplay?
Yes. And it was one of these, sometimes you realize, it's, change the things you can and the wisdom to know the difference, right? Like that's a philosophy that comes up throughout my game career as in game development. There are times where you just have to accept that things aren't going to get changed. They're not going to fix it. And maybe there is a workaround, but they just don't have the time, the resources. They don't want to direct it. And as the end tester on things like the disk swapping in specific, just because, oh my God, did everyone in the group, like in the testing group, rue the day when they were assigned to start doing the disk swapping on the Amiga stuff. Like the Amiga, I think it was the 500 didn't have, it was meant to be all 3.5 inch. There was no full installation version. You just have to kind of plow ahead. We put the feedback in. It didn't get changed. On a certain level, it's a matter of, well, this is how these people are used. What we were told was by marketing people internal to LucasArts is, oh, well, Amiga players are used to that. Maybe. It doesn't mean that it's a great experience, right? It's still, even if they are used to it, which they probably were, it still didn't deliver the best experience. And it's one of those things that sometimes you have to know that, okay, well, we brought it up and they've closed it. That's the way it is. Sometimes we would make a bigger case for things that we, could stand on, but it's hard to, when it's just simply how the hardware is working.
I think the last game I played in which I had to switch floppy disks was Loom, and Monkey Island 2 I installed on my hard drive, so I didn't have to switch disks mid-game. So when I played Loom, the disk swapping was done when you went to a new location, and they arranged the location data on each floppy disk so that it would make sense, like you're in that location, and then you switch to a different location. For example, if one location was in a floppy disk that was usually the next place the player would go to after a certain place, then you should place both of them in that floppy disk, or something like that.
I think that was probably the intent along the way. The thing to remember is that Loom is a scale size difference in terms of, if you kind of know what you're doing, you can finish Loom in like 20 minutes or less. Okay. It's like once you got used to how the game was solved, it's not as with things like Monkey Island 2, it was purposely left open so that you could get stuck on puzzles and had to kind of go back into town and talk to Stan more, or go check out the library cards. And there's really, once you start going down, like you start realizing how the threading pass just simply the path charting that happens when it comes to things like an adventure game. Has this door been open? Has this player unlocked this yet? And if you're trying to give this sense of like an open world, or you can go between locations and it's not just like this fixed linear experience, it's really difficult to manage your disk swapping needs at that point. And perhaps more time could have been spent on it, but I just felt, and this is true for a lot of ports, is that their push is always on the first version, get that PC version out there, and then adapting it to the other platforms becomes a secondary, and sometimes has no, it's not the same original team that's developing it, that's looking for really polished solutions. And perhaps they became comfortable with how the installation worked on their PC version. If you notice, the PC versions always flowed pretty nicely. Mm-hmm. But that logic wasn't always extended to what ended up happening on the Amiga or the ST, because there's a simple, not as much polished work was being done on those platforms at the time. It was primarily getting them, they were still meant to be high quality, but you didn't have this sort of extra resource of the original development team at your disposal to kind of rearrange things or make that kind of extended change. And that's one of those balances things that you have to learn in the games business. And, you can't always get what you want, but you get what you need, right? Like the game was still playable, but it wasn't always the best experience, especially as it's, now insert disc 7, now insert disc 5. Like I remember it. I do. Um, it's like get an Amiga 2000 that has a hard drive. Come on, that's what we want, right?
Well, getting people to upgrade their systems was, the key feature in each and every game in the 90s, because in order to play The Seventh Guest, you had to get a CD-ROM drive, or to play Rebel Assault, you had to get a CD-ROM drive. And then in order to listen to the talkie versions of the games, you had to have a Sound Blaster, because the ad-lib wasn't enough. You had to play actual digitized sound effects and digitized sounds. So upgrading your computer, or asking the players to upgrade their computers, wasn't something frowned upon back in the 90s.
Well, it's still not frowned upon. It's, in fact, I would say, the basis of the PC-based computer game. It's the card. It's like the arms race. There's always a new video card or something that's, the top end that people
but
desire and want. But we've reached
a time in which you can play a game from 2024 on your 2019 computer. It may not run that smoothly, or you need to change the settings to the lowest setting, lowest textures, and lowest quality, but you can still run the game. But back in the early 90s, if you didn't have a CD-ROM drive, that would be that. You can't play the game. And if you don't have a Sound Blaster, that would be that as well. You can't play the game.
Yep. And in fact, I think that's, when they were making things like the wider ports, they were just trying to reach the wider side of the audience. And so Amiga and Atari STs may not have, I know the Amiga had a pretty large following in the United States, but like a lot of things like the Atari ST was big in England, right? There was a UK push to non-PC computers that seemed to be more receptive, and some of the localized versions of things that, got done, which is also complicated by the disk swapping. So imagine trying to test a localized version of Monkey 2 on like an ST or an Amiga, where the disk swapping is also part of prevalent. So we'd both have to verify that the dialogue is correct and is actually happening, but also that's a sequence, that the instructions of what the player is supposed to do physically with the disk changing is also correct, and also, in the right language, and kind of informing the player what they had to do. So it's, at a certain point, there becomes like one moving part too many, and there's a kind of like just acknowledgement that, well, this is the base version, this is the core, and we're going to do our best with these other versions. But I think because of the way the development cycle works, it's rare when you have your A team that's done the original core development of the main title on the PC to continue working on something. They usually, they assign that to other teams to sort of take on the porting of it to like the different platforms. And so you don't get, as I said, that same kind of level of finesse and polish always in those later version ports.
Now, speaking of ports, one issue I've discussed a lot in my conversations with people who worked on Monkey 2, especially the FM Towns version, is the fact that it skips the cliff puzzle altogether. Meaning that after the map piece flies to the cliff, the bird immediately catches it and takes it to the treehouse without requiring Guybrush to use the fishing pole to get it. Do you remember this change?
I know that there were some differences, but I didn't realize it was as extensive as like cutting entire scenes out. I'm not sure why that would have been, because the FM Towns had more space on it than anything else at the time. So very
okay, so this is the FM Towns version. So you see, Guybrush follows the map piece, and then the map piece flies away. And then it flies away. And then in the original game, it flies to the cliff and hangs on a hook. And then you need to use the fishing pole to get it. And then you get it using the fishing pole. And then right while you're trying to pull it, a bird comes and takes the map piece. Now, the FM Towns skips this thing entirely because, as you can see, the bird takes the map piece immediately after that.
Wow. Yeah, see, that kind of change doesn't make any sense to me either. Now that I'm looking at it, I can't imagine.
So I became obsessed with this change. So I asked each and every LucasArts employee I could get hold of. And according to Eric Wilmander and others, this was due to a vertical scrolling bug in FM Towns. So when you try to get the map piece with a fishing pole, then when Guybrush looks down the cliff, then there's vertical scrolling. And so the fact that there's an animation of the bird trying to catch the map piece running in addition to the vertical scrolling caused an issue in the FM Towns version.
Oh, interesting. It's like sometimes the like a console maker might require a change that needs to get done, even though it was still possible in the original. Like one of the first things I tested was the microwave feature in Maniac Mansion. I believe, I don't think you can do it in the PC version of the game, but you definitely, the first version of the Nintendo version of the game, you could sadly put a hamster in a microwave, which
you can place him. I think you can place him in the PC version. That's the version I played, but you can't place it in the Nintendo version because, it was supposed to be censored.
And
for kids.
That was one of the early games that I tested on. Was they sent me home with the updated version without the microwave. They gave me both versions just to confirm it, but it was like one of those, you've got to play through the game long enough to get to that section to make sure that there's no way possible to stick that hamster in that microwave, which reflected really how much control that people that Nintendo exerted on pretty much everything at the time. They were really they encouraged the green or purple blood instead of red blood, and as far as like fighting games and things like that goes. But I also agree, being able to microwave the hamster was a bad idea. Right? Like nobody wants to see that. Sadly, too many gamers wanted to see that. What are we saying? Right?
Now you're credited as lead playtester on the Macintosh version as well, and all of the ports of Monkey Island 2. Does that mean that you're actually the lead playtester on these ports, or was this just the original credit that transferred from the original version without you taking any part in the testing of these versions?
No, I definitely took part in the testing of those versions. Like some of I think, the way the credit systems works is that once you've worked on the core original version, most cases, the PC, they extended it to you. And in fact, I realized when they re-released Monkey Island 2 onto as a PlayStation version, they
the special editions. So you're a lead tester on those as well, even though it was 2009, 2010.
Right, but it was still the original test plan that we implemented on the first time, I think, is what they're after. Is that it's just in the same way that the pixel artists or the musicians' work from the first version gets carried forward. And so no, I didn't necessarily, it was well past my years at LucasArts when it came out. It was nice to see the recognition that they still remembered that we were part of that process. And as I said, the testing department had a different role. We were, yes, we did the technical bug testing, but we also had a role in doing a lot of the design refinement and tuning of things. So we're really lucky to have someone like Ron Gilbert, be open to our feedback.
So in 1991, you were credited as the lead tester on Star Wars on the NES.
That's right.
Now, given the fact that it's a Star Wars title, after all, what kind of pressure did you face as the lead tester on that title, and how did you manage the testing process?
And so this was an interesting time for LucasArts, Lucasfilm Games in general. The title was developed by Beam Software, which is a software development house out of Australia. And so right away, there was this, you had to kind of adjust to the time difference of like when we would submit our bug reports and when they would get them and then they would give us new bills. When you're doing it to England, it actually works out great because the end of their day, they can post their new build on the UK side, which is the morning for us on the West Coast. And so by the end of our day, we're ready with a whole new set of bug and feedback that they see in the first thing on the next day's morning. And so that kind of constant something's happening, the loop really works in your favor. On the Australia side, the timing I remember was not as easy to follow. And part of it was just simply this was a time before email and almost everything was being done by fax. And so if we had a bug report and it was a big one, right? You could spend it takes a long time since send like 30 pages of bug report to a company, right? And then to be able to schedule a time to go over it with them, right? Because a lot of times they would, want more details or want more explanation. And unfortunately, the team wasn't relocated to be on site, which again, I think is a invaluable step for any type of project to have the test group and the development teams sitting side by side. And without that, you get what became that that process, which was everything took a little bit longer than what everybody wanted. Now, the second part at the time was, again, Nintendo was fairly, had a lot of authority over what got into a title. They were very specific about what type of content could be featured. And while, again, it's probably above my pay grade at the time, LucasArts hired Howard Phillips, who was one of the core personalities from like the Nintendo Power magazine, and he became the producer on the Star Wars NES title. He worked directly with I think Kelly Flock was the sort of business manager that made the contract happen between Beam Software, but they kind of hired Howard Phillips so that he could negotiate the Nintendo side of things, because the Nintendo side approval is in fact one of the harder things to get at the time, simply because there were so many layers. That's a reason why a title could get kind of bounced off. And I will say that it was smart for them to have done that, because Howard understood this process and understood how to sort of groom the title and get it sort of brushed up with removing anything that might have set off the Nintendo reviewers anyway. So that cycle, we were able to, instead of having to do it, you could easily see how this back and forth could go months. But luckily, that his perspective of what he knew, what was a passable elements in the game, meant that they were able to submit the title and get it out in time for the time frame. I believe JVC was the publisher on that. So again, it's like from my side, I learned quite a bit about just how this back and forth went, and how it wasn't just that, our relationship with an external developer, but it was also the relationship of Lucasfilm Games to Nintendo, and how much control and power Nintendo had on titles at the time. I mean, it was a pretty big deal as far as, what type of violence could be shown. They even would struggle with, and I, as a gamer, we were lucky that they were willing to kind of bend with us. But sometimes like a platform hop, or a lot of the sequences of Star Wars was you were a character kind of going left and right, and you would have to take a leap of faith, right? You'd have to, just like Luke Skywalker might have to in the Death Star, right? So you don't necessarily can see where character is going to land. And so in Nintendo speak, that was kind of not done, but they let us have it because it sort of they felt it matched how the movie played, where there were, the movie is about, in some levels, having taken the leap of faith, not knowing what the answer is going to be, but just knowing that you have to go forward and do something. And I kind of like appreciated the fact that they let that happen. And, the game has quite a few, what I call leaps of faith moments that we illustrate. And I was the writer of the Star Wars Nintendo hint book. Sort of went along that, where we identified each leap of faith moment in the mapping sequence.
And did the technical limitations of the NES force you to adjust your QA process compared to the testing on DOS or Amiga games? Were there any, hardware specific issues like sprite limitations or memory constraints that you had to deal with?
I mean, and again, this is like where, from my perspective of learning about the industry and how as it goes, like, so the title was being produced by Kalani Stryker, who smartly wanted to have there was a lot of like full character views on the screen where you'd see like, oh, that's C-3PO talking and there's be some dialogue explaining, or here's an image, like a full screen image of Chewbacca. And this is how they did a lot of the kind of character presentation. But then when you got to the gameplay, it was a sort of top-down view with a smaller character with less details. And it still mattered that that reads as, R2-D2, or that reads as Luke Skywalker. But the connection was made in those larger screens. So us understanding that we had some cartridge space, that it wasn't, how much space was on the cartridge was one of the limiting factors. And at the same time, producers like Kalani had the sense to be like, well, really, want to see the signature Star Wars heroes. They don't want to necessarily just keep it at like the small character display that's in the actual gameplay, but to have these sort of interstitial sequences where you get a full screen character view of the heroes, so that you feel more rewarded and connecting right back to the original property. It's a good example of, I believe, I don't think they had the license rights to the music. So the music is different. It's slightly different. And it's not the John Williams score, because at the time they and this is the part that always, like, it's hard to imagine as like, just as a game playing fan, but while it seems like, oh, but you're all the same, right? Lucasfilm owns that. Well, it doesn't quite work that way. Like, you have to, the games group had to do a lot of licensing arrangements, just like any other kind of external publisher or company. And in fact, I was at the company where it transitioned from being Lucasfilm Games, which was wholly owned by Lucasfilm, to LucasArts, which became its own kind of company. And yes, it had, of course, an internal track it could work to get a lot of those assets, but they still had to pay for them, and they still had to kind of manage that as part of the production budget as you go forward.
Yeah, it always surprised me when I talked to Vince Lee, who worked on Rebel Assault, and with Clint Bajakian. They all talked about the licensing of the main theme of Star Wars, and I thought to myself, why did you have to deal with that? It's Lucasfilm, it's LucasArts. Go to the parent company and tell them, can you give us the rights to the music you own?
It's also like music rights in particular have a very detailed way of being followed up on. I was like, composers getting credits and credit, it's not a non-complicated process, and everyone had to go through it. And in fact, I think that's something that people perhaps forgot, is that anything at LucasArts still had to go through a licensing department. It was just because it was being developed by a Lucas company, or a company that was under the Lucas umbrella, didn't prevent it from having to be subjected to license reviews and license fees. And that was really part of the balance of things. And watching it happen in the Star Wars and Nintendo project for me was an eye opener, because I also was like, well, why can't we use the John Williams theme? And Kalani did his best to explain it to me, but over time I just realized it's one of those time and money things, right? The music licensing was probably handled way differently than any other licensing component, because of the way the music licensing works in the regular like recording business, where they have to pay composers and music publishers. And I'm not sure at the time who would actually own those rights. It might have been 20th Century Fox, or the original recording. Whoever published the soundtrack may have had certain kind of rights exclusive to it. But it's interesting, right? It's not as straightforward as you think it might be.
Yeah. Still in 1991, you were credited as a tester on the FM Towns version of Loom. Now, did you get a chance to play the original EGA version before testing the FM Towns version?
Yeah. Yep. Again, this was like I was able to I was taken under wing by the lead tester on Loom, Dave Popovich, and he was the one who could break the game within minutes of a new build coming down from. He used to be Brian Moriarty's walking living nightmare, but I was on on the test group that would take in the new builds as we got them. The FM Towns builds we didn't have the turnaround time, whereas sometimes the burning process of getting the new disc wasn't as straightforward as, say, a lot of times when we were working on just the disc-based version. I think they were doing like an Amiga or an ST version of Loom at the time. That was something that Dave could just, again, it was like just go down the hall, find Brian Moriarty, and explain to him why he needs to, miss his lunch hour and create a new build for us. So, nobody wants to hear that. We would offer to pick him up a sandwich, but sometimes you have to kind of like that's the job, is being the bearer of bad news like that.
Wait, so when you test the port, for example, the FM Towns version, first of all, before we talk about the port itself, how come this port was so prone to bugs, given the fact that it was based on the original game, which was probably pretty stable?
I think it, from our perspective, it was the read time of the disc player wasn't adequately planned for. There's kind of a spin up and a spin down that happens with the disc access. And if you're a playtester from hell, that types of gives you the window of opportunity to, I'll just say, doing a certain kind of like button mashing type of, what if we press these buttons while it's loading or while it's trying to access the disk? It's that type of thinking that why testers have to kind of get involved in that, is to, but players aren't supposed to do that. But players might do it because that's who they are. Right. And so from our experience, having not had a lot of time with like CD-ROM based anything at the time, it definitely seemed to be the spin up, spin down. Like there was a read write problem. And so the issues that you might not see on like a something that's installed fully onto a hard drive, or even the disk-based swapping, was more reliable necessarily than the disk spinning up and spinning down. There's more of a window of opportunity for a player to kind of just do what they're not supposed to be doing. Like, oh, what if we press the, Control Alt this function, or what if we try to escape to the main, escape back to DOS, or how can we break this? Is a lot of the attitude. And I'll have to say that Dave Popovich, he was really good at it. He was relished going into Brian's room and giving him hell for another version to feel. It's like, sorry, Brian.
That explains a lot of the changes they made to the CD VGA version, which we're going to talk about in a moment. But first, I want to ask, when you test the port, what's your testing process like? Do you try to ensure that this is a one-to-one transfer of all the actions and all the dialogues, or do you treat it as a standalone game without focusing too much on the original version?
No, the original version is, learning the original version is their first part of the assignment, so that you know what it is you're aiming for. That is something that's been released as the gold standard, and a port is being made from it. It's understood that, at the very least, it has to be this, right? But since they were adding, brand new features like actual spoken word dialogue, there is a chance to kind of go above and beyond what's been done. But you still have to meet the minimum threshold. So being familiar with how the puzzles work and what the pacing was overall was important to sort of delivering on it, but understanding that there's going to be this new experience that no one's had before, because this is the first time we're actually using, speech in the full recorded speech in the game. So the end experience was going to be different, especially on a game like Loom, which is so sound driven, right?
Now, in one of the game files in the CD version, which is based on the FM Towns version, there's a close-up of Atropos with a message, "Loom sucks." Do you know who's responsible for this blasphemy?
I don't, actually. I'm surprised.
There you go. Loom sucks. This is in the game files.
That's terrible. I'm not sure how that is surprising.
Now,
this is quite a new discovery path for me.
Now, the FM Towns version of Loom is particularly rare because it features a combination of 256 color graphics and the original floppy disk dialogue, unlike the CD VGA version, which had to shorten the dialogue to accommodate the CD audio format. Did you also take part in the testing of the CD VGA version?
It's
the full talkie version.
How things kind of came in. There was a lot of times where it was simply, here, we've got this. Can you take a look at it? It sounds like something I did look at, where they just want a basic function review. Can you get from the start to the finish without it crashing? Yes, then it's good, right? So there was at the time, there was quite a few titles that were being sort of, going through the port and conversion process. It seems like something I know that I tested the number of configurations for the FM Towns, and part of it again was simply even just getting new burn disks wasn't an easy process, which is one of the things that's kind of slowed us down. We would get a build, do a testing pass on it, and then it might take a week or more to get the next build. There wasn't as close of a turnaround time, which is one of the reasons why when when the new builds came in, I remember there was quite a bit of pressure to go through it, because the faster we gave them their feedback, the sooner we could kind of keep that loop down. But it wasn't always easy.
The issues you're describing here with the FM Towns version explain quite a lot of the changes they made to the CD VGA version, because one of the things that's missing from the CD VGA version is the close-ups of the characters when they talk. Instead of having close-ups of the characters, you have a wide shot of the same scene and them moving their hands instead of showing them in a close-up. So one of the theories was that they couldn't get the CD drive to play the audio uninterrupted and then showing a close-up in the middle of the audio playing. So that was my theory of why they removed the close-ups. And it seems like, with the CD speeding up and speeding down issues that you described earlier with the FM Towns, it might have been the reason why, much like with the Monkey Island 2 issue with Cliff, they just removed it to solve all of the issues that they encountered.
I mean, and that's one of those truths of game development. At some point, sometimes the answer is to break out a chainsaw and cut. One of the things I learned as, I was again glad to start as a playtester, as a player, is that as when I became a producer, I knew what would affect the gameplay as much as, or how the player experience would end up. How does it translate? And sometimes as a producer, you have to make that call where, this bug is going to take us a month to fix. We don't have a month to fix it. Or we have 10 other bugs we'd rather fix instead of this one. And so choices get made along the way. I would suspect it might be related to some of the lip sync art. They didn't perhaps like some of the way that because you couldn't reliably predict on exact playback time, because you had the spin up, spin down kind of factor with the FM Towns, that they may have just decided that it wasn't worth their effort to try to get the exact lip sync. It's one of those, if you don't have the lip sync at all, you don't notice it's not a noticeable problem. But if you try to do lip sync and it doesn't work, it's awful, right? It looks, like a terrible, a terribly translated movie or a dubbed movie that you don't want to have, to be part of the experience.
So the FM Towns version didn't have voices. The CD VGA version did, and it also had in the original game files, they had the tests you were talking about with the lip syncing. They were there on the CD. They just didn't use them and didn't use the close-ups at all because of these issues.
Yeah, sometimes feature cutting is the solution, which isn't great. And then, you learn to, again, pick your battles in the grander scheme of things. But, that's one of those, like, the schedule doesn't always match the ambition or of what it is you're trying for. And part of the job of a producer is to reel those things in on the sooner, it's earlier to catch that kind of stuff on earlier than later, which is probably why Ron kept his door open to listening to what us testers had to say. He knows that it's easier to fix something in May than it is in September, as far as.
Yeah, but not having lip syncing in a game back in 1991 or 1992 was understandable. Even in 1996, you had 3D games that didn't have any lip syncing, and the characters didn't even open their mouths when they were talking because they couldn't handle the changing of the textures. So, for example, even in Tomb Raider 1, the characters can talk amongst themselves without moving their lips. So it's fine. But I presume that they removed it because it didn't work. The entire close-up functionality didn't work in the context of a CD.
Yeah. I mean, I would guess that a change that was made on one port does get carried forward onto the following, ones after, just because it becomes the de facto, well, this is how we solved it last time kind of approach.
Now, it seems that you managed to talk to the powers that be, and they let you blow off a month of QA to work on the Games Division's presentation at the Lucasfilm annual company meeting.
That's right.
How did you manage that?
So this is the spirit of the testing department, and a lot of the folks in testing was used. Oh, there it is, right there. Yeah. That's actually at the main house. That's Lex, the lead. We miss Lex terribly. But she was a main receptionist.
Where are you?
Might recognize a lot of the people in this, but what you don't see here is that to the side was George with Lucas with a bunch of investor types in suits while we were doing the filming of this. How this evolved, or how this got, or how I ended up getting involved with it was each part. This was part of the transition from Lucasfilm to LucasArts, and we were supposed to present for the first time to the LucasArts community. And so we had some folks from the marketing group come to myself and Aaron Mazowski, who was another tester I worked with, who they knew that had some experience. Like Aaron ended up putting all those graphics in in fact, there's Kalani talking about Star Wars. And so our assignment was to cover all different parts of the Lucasfilm production community and represent all the different titles that were being put in development. And so we sort of brainstormed and kind of came up with what sort of I call it sort of a Saturday Night Live kind of weird set of sketches that were based on kind of like parody commercials of different things. Like that's supposed to be a home shopping network and someone flipping between it. Oh man, I love this part. So Aaron actually jumped into the dumpster. So where Lucasfilm Games was just down the road from where Industrial Light and Magic is in San Rafael. And so that actually was a thing. We would go and find buried treasures in the group. And there's Michael Stem. So that's on to the right is Lucy Bradshaw, who'd become the leader of Maxis. And Sue Susserman, she was the marketing person that kind of gave us the directive to do all of this. And so once we had the scripts kind of down, we were able, because this was done as a kind of company-wide directive, we were given free leeway to go into all these different people's offices and create these funny videos, right? We love this one because everyone agreed to like hold the frame long enough before it finally finishes and things like that. So I don't know if you remember, there was a Nissan commercial that was almost exactly like it, or this one. She was an actual product support person who got this take in one take. Like, it was amazing.
Wow.
Just because it's the kind of questions they answer in the product support department, right? But it was great fun to do it.
So how long was the raw footage of this commercial or this video? Because it's 10 minutes long from what I see over here.
Yeah, we shot on my high 8 camcorder, and then we Matt Wood, who was one of the testers at our time, but also became the Skywalker sound leader. He's still there today. He had a connection with someone who had a video editing suite in San Ramon. And so Aaron brought his Amiga and us, and we all basically spent a weekend out there editing. We converted from high 8 to 3/4 inch videotapes where we could use their editing suite to kind of bring that and pull this together. That's like, and this things like, and why is Mike there? Because Mike didn't want to be part of it. So we just grabbed a kid with a hat and said, "Hey, come on, kid, you're Mike today." But if you see, the idea is supposed to be like parodying all these commercials from the time. So,
and like you said, during that time, the name change from Lucasfilm to Lucasfilm Games to LucasArts occurred. What were your thoughts on the change, and what were your thoughts on the company's new logo? Because I recently found out that Lucasfilm Games employees thought that the LucasArts logo, which for us 90s kids is the symbol of hope and of the golden era of gaming, but for you guys, it looked like an idiotic logo.
We weren't. There were not a whole lot of people were fans of the logo. I think a lot of people thought it was like that character Kerry Copey, the flute player from Australia looking character. Okay. It's supposed to be that kind of weird art. It was really unclear as to how it connected to what it was that was being done there. I know that sounds strange, but a lot of people just were just like, it was alienating. From my perspective, the
golden era of gaming, so it's made out of gold, and you've got the eye because it's visually impressive. I think. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up.
I guess so. It was hard for a lot of. I know that the Kerry Copey character. If you recall what that looks like, it's like a flute player with like the same type of hair. He was like the basis of it. And so from our perspective, it was just like, oh, this is what happens in a company, right? They change their name sometimes. What I didn't realize was how culturally it was changing how things work there. Like, before I started, they had just moved from the games group has just moved from their offices that were originally on Skywalker Ranch to what is A building. A building being the place. There was like the San Rafael complex where Industrial Light and Magic is. And A building was actually, oddly enough, where I believe Pixar first started. And then the Lucasfilm Games group sort of took over that space as their own. And so when we showed this at the company meeting, there was like a big LucasArts company meeting with all these different divisions. Some of the feedback was like, hey, the games group they put in too much time and effort in theirs or something, right? Like we were told, like, because ours ran 10 minutes long, which I thought was the target, right? But that we had put so much video, like we had graphics, we had every department, and we made it all this sort of funny sequence. And the entire LucasArts games group, I think they were all driven out to show the material at Skywalker Ranch. But everyone was given a LucasArts fez, right? Mm-hmm. So it had like the LucasArts character on the fez itself. and everyone kind of like went walking into the building. It was great fun for us. I mean, the games group is sort of like, was always sort of the outside child, if you will, to the rest of the production environment. We weren't Skywalker Sound. We weren't THX. We weren't Industrial Light and Magic. We were those crazy kids making games, right? So, but
you were the best part of Lucasfilm.
I mean, for us, the thing I always admired about Lucas when I first got to Lucasfilm was it really did bring together this kind of creative community of people who just, they love what we were doing, the love of being there, the love of being able to be part of this process and be around all these fellow creative people who are, you're in step with and you're getting to collaborate with every day. And, again, just seeing firsthand that it wasn't, everybody rolled up their sleeves when there was time to stay over and put that extra polish on. And I just always admired that kind of, we're all in it together spirit about things, not really paying too much attention about how the corporate change between Lucasfilm and LucasArts sort of changed everything, structurally as far as the business goes. LucasArts had to stand on its own as a company. It wasn't going to have its base funding as covered by the Lucasfilm machine as a whole. So it sort of stepped up a bit. If you recall, after LucasArts sort of made the change to LucasArts, it was sort of the introduction of like moving away from World War II flight simulators to X-Wing and TIE Fighter, which was also developed by Larry Holland, who had done the World War II simulators, but applying it to the Star Wars brand, that's one where, the licensing worked out gangbusters, right? Those were great games to get into. And I thoroughly enjoyed playing even after I left LucasArts, right? So,
actually, this is a great segue to my next question. When did you leave LucasArts and what was the last project you were involved in before you left?
So LucasArts, again, introduced me to quite a bit of the games industry, how the game industry works. And unfortunately, the ending of my time at LucasArts was something I would become familiar with, which is at some point, company, they have layoffs or they have a giant turn of layoffs. And so in the case of LucasArts, they had, during the transition to LucasArts, there was a sort of a gap year or a gap time where they weren't coming out with as many titles as they did in the first 2 years that I was there. And at one point at the start of the new year, they simply laid off half the company. And I was caught up in that wave of 150 people. I think they went back down to they reduced the headcount down to 70. And, it's one of those kind of a surprise, kind of not a surprise, if that makes any sense. We had made quite a bit of change there. And I think that there were some upper management types that didn't quite like the change that we suggested. For the longest time, everyone in the test department was considered a part-time temporary contract employee, which meant we had zero benefits, zero time off. Everything was hourly based, bare minimum. And the summer of 90, I believe it was the summer of 91, there used to be like a softball league that would play games at Skywalker Ranch at night. And one of the folks that showed up to play with us on the testers team was a producer type that had moved over to Spectrum Holobyte, which was they made like flight simulator games as well. And this is one of those like weird reality moments. They at Spectrum Holobyte needed testers badly. They had everyone has the same schedule, which is, May, June, July, August. Those are really crunch months to getting a game title out the door. And they were short on testers. And so this guy who was a producer at Lucasfilm, AJ, would show up at the softball games and he recruited us. He a bunch of us as a group, most of the core lead testers went and interviewed at Spectrum Holobyte because we had no benefits. We had no health insurance. We had, basically nothing. Word got out to the management group at the time, and within about a week, the lead testers all suddenly, we were given full-time employment offers and actually had titles and benefits and health insurance. And I remember when the transition happened, one of the main managers, Kelly Flock, mentioned that he would remember it, that he would remember this change and my particular role of rounding up a bunch of people to interview over there. As it was, only one person made the transition to Spectrum, and the rest of us took the job offers, but we never would have gotten those full-time job offers without having lined something up to it first. It's one of those truths in life. You can, and it gives you a little bit of insight into the value of collective bargaining as a group, right? It wasn't just one of us going to interview for a job. It was most of the core people of the department at the critical time of the period just before Christmas. And, I don't want to say that they were sort of exploiting the workers up until that point, which they kind of were, right? But it was nice to actually be regarded as full-time actual employees and not just, as one tester once put it, Jim Current, testers were the only ones expendable enough to have an opinion, right? And that was true. But so when the big round of company layoffs and they got rid of half the company, people like myself, Kelly Flock was sure to invite himself onto that exit interview and pretty much told me so. Oh, we told you I'd remember. Okay. It's like, I don't mind. We had finished doing the production work on the Star Wars hint book for the NES. Monkey Island had gone out before. I regret not having been part of. I wish I was able to stick around for some of the Super Star Wars titles. Like those were starting to come into testing development, and I sort of was interested in staying around, but sometimes life is what it is, and it doesn't work out that way. So I learned that, which becomes a lesson that you have to accept as part of being, if you work at all in the games industry, the highs and lows roller coaster. Some years are great and you're going up. Some years are not so great and you're going down. So
how soon after you left LucasArts did you join Maxis?
It was about 3 or 4 months, actually. And this is one of those things where you get by with a little help from your friends. For some people, that loss of the job and then what was going on at the time might have been enough to send them back east or back home. Again, I grew up in New England. Luckily, one of the people I worked with, Terry Bratcher, who kind of oversaw the warehouse and was one of the core original testers who did all the naming, he and I had become friends, and he had a room in his apartment, and I rented a room from him and his wife, and his wife ran a business that renovated apartments. So I painted apartments and cleaned apartments for a couple of months while I was trying to figure out what my next step would be, which was before I went to Maxis. And thankfully, again, another person, Brandy Wilson, she was someone I worked with at LucasArts. She was in the customer support in the warehouse group as well. She had a friend, Mitzi McGilray, who they worked together at Epix before. And she was a producer. Mitzi was a producer at Maxis, and they needed QA people. So through that friend of a friend, I got the introduction and started working there in, I believe it was April of 92.
In April of 92? But you're credited on Sim Ant, which was released in December of 91. How is that possible?
But there was also, again, this is like the port versions of things. So I did work on both original, but a number of Windows. It was the first Windows era of titles. So they did these Windows translations of SimCity, SimAnt, SimEarth. And at the same time, they started development on SimLife. which I helped them clarify a lot of their documentation to do the actual like, is what they say in the documentation actually happening in the game? And it wasn't. So I was able to catch quite a few things that way. Got to, and that sort of carried forward. Maxis released a game called A Train, which again was developed originally in Japan. What I realized was that the math that they had described for the rates in the actual original manual, these were original bugs from the original game, were fundamentally wrong. Like it was, if you were actually trying to play the game as described in the manual, the data they were feeding you back was actually incorrect. And so it would say that like, oh, this kind of train leaving from this kind of station would earn you this much fare from your riders. And it didn't connect like that at all. Like it was off by like, almost 50% sometimes in some cases. So as a player, unless you actually got into the deep side of playing, you'd realize, hey, wait a minute. I spent all this money on the extra fancy train and the fancy station. I should be able to charge more tickets and win this side of the game, when in fact, none of the extra bonuses were factored in, and you'd become, it would lead you to financial ruin in your game. So we had to do manual fixes for those, where it was, we put notes in the documentation for the US release that would indicate not all, there isn't a 1-to-1, and you had to be open to that these are guidelines and not so that, and that's again, the role of a tester is to be the kind of person that's going to do the math and break it out exactly. Oh, it should actually work out to this, but it's not. It's working out to this other thing every single time. So it was really frustrating because you're like, wait, I should be gangbuster successful, but I was failing miserably. And it was because of this documentation bug.
So apart from the documentation bug, what were the primary challenges in testing a game like, A Train, where players have so much freedom to create?
I mean, I think that's the thing I love about the Maxis titles as a whole, was that it was this open-ended creativity tool. Like at its, like some were more gamified. SimAnt definitely had like a kind of, a timeline that you had a win scenario that you were aiming for, but it was still exploratory in that there wasn't just any one solution for it. You could develop your own solution. Part of the solution could be you're going to lose a little bit, but by losing, you can get to a certain resource that's perhaps, lets you in turn turn things around in a faster manner. It was just really interesting to learn that process on like what the simulation side of the world was like. And at the time, Maxis was trying out a bunch of different types of products in addition to the sim line. So they started meeting with the external groups like the A-Train folks. I worked on a title, Elfish, which, in theory was fun. It was fun it was a kind of a very like a DNA type of simulator where you would, as long as you had a 486 with a math coprocessor, and you had to have the math coprocessor, once you put in your parameters of what your fish was and how you wanted it to mate with another kind of fish, you then let it sit overnight for 12 hours to play, which I kind of considered a crash bug because who's going to do this? But at the time, it was how the game was planned to be done. I believe that was actually developed by one of the original Tetris programmers, was one of the people who was developing Elfish. But Maxis wanted to publish the titles like that, and good for them for trying, right? Like it's I don't mind a game that's ahead of its time. That in the future, this game would be great. It'll take 10 minutes instead of 10 hours to do what it needs to do, right?
You mentioned the fact that you liked this type of gameplay from the Maxis titles, but as a tester, it's probably super tedious to test out various scenarios while knowing that you'll never be able to test out all of the scenarios in order to cover all the possible bugs, because you can do this sequence of actions and you can do a different sequence of actions and you can do endless sequences of actions to perform the same thing.
And I think that's where the testing strategy does change, because you realize we're not trying to prescribe that this is the answer. That was, in fact, Will Wright's big goal was that it is meant to be that, the player defines the answers they want to make, kind of thing. Like, it wasn't, oh, you've got to follow this linear path, step A, step B, step C, and do it exactly this way to get the exact same results. And so with that in mind, from a testing perspective, you really had to do that parameter running. So what happens if we do, 100 power plants? Or what happens if we, ignore the game? There were tests. We had a couple test machines that sometimes we would ignore the title to see how long it would take for the disasters to wipe out some of the areas and things. And it was just like a different kind of philosophy about where the breaking points are. I learned to spend a lot of time with. I met one of my best friends who oversaw the customer support group, Carter Lipscomb, who was always had like a stack of stuff that actual customers, what they were discovering. In some levels, they were sort of an external development. They sort of provided some of the groundwork for some of the larger bug fixes at the time. And again, it wasn't as easy as simply posting the fix online. You'd actually have to do a republishing, new CDs or new discs into boxes to actually make those kind of changes. So some of them, the bugs that existed stayed in. Like in A-Train's case, the fix had to come on the documentation side, not the software, because we couldn't get the original development team to make differences. They're like, oh, we should have caught that in the original version, but we didn't. Okay. It's like it was one of those like, well, I'm glad our testing department caught it, but I understand that it wasn't ours to fix. And then some of the other titles, like one of my favorites from Maxis was probably little known, probably rarely played, but it was RoboSport, which, like, this is going to sound crazy. It was one of the, I don't know how many other games were this, but it was one of the things I tested on was it was cross-platform, but at the same time. So we had a PC version playing against a Mac version playing against an Amiga version. And you would actually do, since it was a turn-based game, it wasn't like this one-to-one scenario, but we did in fact have three types of computers sort of involved in this sort of back and forth together, which at the time was pretty rare to follow through on. And I just liked the design behind it. It was a little bit more kind of like RoboSport plays out more like kind of a robo chess, if you will, right? Like there's a certain kind of predictability with how you move things, but everything had this sort of cool animation that kind of went with it. And the guys who were doing it really nice, Ed Killam and those guys. I had a concentrated amount of time at Maxis. Again, it's a game development company, so it's time to, roll up the sleeves and get busy for crunch mode. But at the same time, there was also their success provided them the luxury of some time and space. And so as a company, they sort of ran themselves a little bit differently, right? They had like kind of progressive minded speakers that would come in and address people. Like, I know that there was a lecturer who came in and spent an hour with the company describing how different colors of food gives, results in different reactions to humans. Like, so if you're feeling blue, have some blue food. If you want some energy, buy some, get some orange food or something, like kind of food by color type of thing. And okay, I've got an open mind. I'll listen to that. Sure. But at times it just was like, don't we have some games to get back to and test, really? But it was nice. And people like Will Wright was always, again, just a down to earth guy. Like, one of the traditions that was started in the Lucas testing department was, how when people leave a company, they'll take them out to lunch or they'll take them out to drinks at the end of a week or something. Mm-hmm. So instead of that, in the testing group, we had what we called test your breakfasts, right? So we would go to breakfast instead as a group and send people off. Like, in fact, people like, like Brett or Egg, he was going to, UC Berkeley. Remember, we took him and a few other people who were leaving the group at the time into a tester breakfast, and we were all, meet up like 9 o'clock somewhere, and then pour back into the company at 10, and people would be like, "Oh, you guys are all late." It's like, no, we're all done. We're here for the rest of the day. But it was a nice way to kind of just bond with people, and people like Will Wright was always up for that. So there was a restaurant in a couple towns from where Arinda was, that had a Millie's that had big open table where everyone could kind of join together, and people from the testing group, people from the pro engineering side would just gather for breakfast instead of lunch, kind of thing. And it was sort of a fun tradition to be part of. Always appreciated the tester breakfast, and to this day, even when I years later would when Maxis was in the same building in Emeryville, I was a few buildings down at Leapfrog, and we were at this. I was picking up a sandwich one day and was like, "Oh, hey, it's Will," and he was like, "Yeah, want to have lunch? Okay, let's have lunch." Right? Just a good guy, right? Like just down to earth people.
And so you also worked on SimLife, where you worked on quality assurance and you contributed to the documentation. And you stayed at Maxis for less than a year before moving
That's
to
right.
Atari?
Yep. And this was more of of an opportunity. I didn't mind I loved doing the QA work at Maxis. However, I really wanted to get more involved in the making of the game. And so again, my friend Brandy, who introduced me to Maxis through her friend Mitzi. Well, Brandy has her sister named Lori Wilson. And she worked in the business office at Atari. And she let me know through the grapevine that they were looking to hire producers at Atari for this new game console that they were starting to build. And she walked my resume into the group and got me into the interview cycle. And to his credit, the development director John Scratch gave me a chance. Every time I always went back to folks who gave me the chance to kind of grow out. Right, Kirk was the person who accepted my list of handwritten games, on that yellow notepad. And, and John took I hadn't been a producer till then, but seemed to appreciate my background in helping getting these other games out the door, sort of associate producer work at places like Lucasfilm, to take a chance on me and see if I could, join them and get involved into the Atari way. So I was always grateful to we get by with a little help from our friends. And I've been very lucky to have great friends that I've met through the games business.
So still in 1992, you started as a senior producer / designer at Atari.
Yeah, I started as a producer. They didn't, just to clarify, Atari didn't believe in designers. I know that sounds weird. They basically said, if you want to design, put it in. We're here what we want to see is the game get produced and out the door. Your job is to get it finished. And coming from LucasArts, I really loved that. I know this sounds weird, but the role of someone like Ron Gilbert at LucasArts was a project leader. That's what they called them, right? And it was kind of, I would say, 7/10 design, 3/10 producer. But having a dual role does make a difference. It's like, so in the Atari's case, since they didn't really have designer positions, being a producer afforded me the ability to get design changes done and does my design work started as a core designer, so that, this is my title, we're going to do this with it. And being able to make that kind of decision making or creative control was, I loved it. I'll just say that, right? The Atari was definitely a company that I appreciated them taking a chance on, what I was presenting them. And another place where the chaos that made it kind of crazy was the same chaos that made it really work. I never, a lot of larger companies and that I discovered might be a lot more structured. You must be, if you're a producer, you do know design, or if you're a designer, you do do no production. And I never understood that because it really helps to balance things out. Like when it comes time as a producer where you have to cut things, the designer in you knows where it's going to hurt less, the least, right? Or what's the areas that could be trimmed that's going to have the least impact, and understanding from the beginning as a designer that you have production realities that you have to fit. Like if you want to, it's great that you have an imagination and you want to design a game that's, a mile wide, but if you only have the time frame, for 10 meters, you better focus on the 10 meters you have, right? Like it's something that a lot of, what I'll just say, sky in the pie design doesn't always get you there, right? And I'd rather get something out the door and finished that actually can be made than just dreaming about something that might get made, or in most cases doesn't.
So you just skip the step of dreaming big, because game designers dream big, and then the producer tells them we don't have the resources to do that. So as a producer / game designer, you need to dream a smaller dream, and then realize how to do that by allocating the resources yourself. That's the preferred manner of handling things at Atari.
It was definitely the way how Atari handled things. As I said, their aspect of design was it wasn't on them. They didn't have a position. They didn't entitle that way. If I wanted to make a change in the design, I had to squeeze it into the production cycle somehow and work. My job as a producer was to make those changes and still meet the deadlines or the production budgets that we had. To me, it's like I'm a realist. I'd rather work in reality on something that actually gets released than work in fantasy land of wishful thinking of something that never gets released, right? And there's plenty of that out there. Oh, just dream big, do this. We don't have to worry about it. But we do have to worry about it. Just because we want those PCs to run faster doesn't make them run faster.
So in 1993, you were credited as producer and game designer on Trevor McFur in the Crescent Galaxy. Now, as both producer and game designer on this game, what was your vision for the game, and how did you work within the constraints of the Jaguar's hardware in order to bring it to life?
Well, so again, I'll throw this into the category of, accept the things I can't change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And those internal titles, the first line of internal titles that were being developed by Atari, was a masterclass in that philosophy, because this was when I came into the company. And this is something I discovered, that there's a certain kind of corporate company think. Oh, we've always done these things this way. This is how things are done. And so in Atari's case, it was like going through a time warp. I'd gone from, even on the most basic level, Lucasfilm and Maxis had networked computers with email, for example. Atari, everything was focused on the Atari STs, and everything. I went from having internet to what we called the sneakernet, which was simply, if you had a file transfer, you had to put it on your 3.5-inch floppy and walk it down to the testing department or whoever else you're working with. There was no internet. There was no email. There was no any type of, all communications were handled by fax. And so it was kind of like this timeline. And part of that thinking came from, and this is, I will still say to this day, I challenge it, is that there was still a belief, a philosophy that Atari ran, that games were made the same way they were made in 1981, that they're trying to be made in 1982, that they were trying to be made in 92, which was, I know that this was literally the case where they said, whoa, we have 4 internal programmers. We've got 4 months, so we're going to get 4 games out of them on a system that has 0 tools, 0 development tools, as far as basic renderers, basic hardware stuff that a larger company or company could have taken more time to develop and simply given to the development these 4 different programmers. And the result was in the case of Trevor McFur, the programmer, he did his best. He working with a system that where the tools and the actual configuration of the hardware was changing. Still, there was nothing final. They had really nothing, no support system to kind of everything we used to building was from scratch. At the same time, was also used to being considered as the sole programmer, the sole leader, director. So if they didn't want to do something, they didn't do it. It was just simple as that. They didn't like it. They didn't do it. So in the case of Crescent Galaxy, it was a side-scrolling shooter. And that was the definition. We want a side-scrolling shooter game. And so at the time, things like F-Zero, even older school Galaga or Phoenix or any of the more like second generation after Space Invaders had more interesting things happening with like how the ships approached. There was patterns, there was to learn, there was a structure to how the enemies presented themselves to the player ship. And as much as I tried my best to sort of introduce those concepts to the lead engineer, who would nod at me, smile, say, "I see what you're doing," or he said he would get it, but the changes would never happen. He refused to implement. He just felt that he implemented the game that he wanted to see. And when you have a limited amount of time, this is one of those things where you learn, like, it's important to know what levers you have, what areas you have, a layer of control on. In this case, I had no control over who the programmer was or how much time was being given. 4 months is a ridiculously short amount of time for any game, let alone the first game on something that has no tools or no background on. And so I made changes where I could, which was we had a great set of artists internally at Atari, and we tried to take that pre-rendered approach again to the sprites so that things would be rendered in 3D and give it that sort of, a lot of us were playing Donkey Kong Country at the time, that sort of extended the look of a 2D experience by using 3D pre-rendered sprites. And so I focused on the art conversion and getting, working with the internal art team to do the best they could. But if you can't get the type of gameplay changes made because a programmer simply is nodding in agreement but never implementing it, it's one of those realities. You have to accept it for what it is. And so I made the changes where I could. I tried to make the best art experience. I still think some of the boss art, Sean Tsai, he did some great box art. Ken Saunders, again, good characters that kind of, as far as challenging enemies and how they looked. Linnea Wiegren did painted backgrounds, hand-painted backgrounds, and things like that. We made the art influence where we could. But if your lead programmer doesn't want to actually implement the gameplay changes that I felt were required to make it a decent game, there's nothing you can do about it. And you can't, if at the time, the development director at Atari, and this is, I'll still say, was probably the reason why it was his job to push back. It was his job to say, no, games in 1992 or 93 need teams of people. Sam Trammell, the president of Atari, eventually learned this, and he and I developed a relationship over my time there. And he kept pressing. He would always ask me, like, well, how did it work at Lucasfilm when people made games? And I was like, well, sometimes the team would be up to like 24 people at a time, programmers, artists, sound people, testers. And he was like, how is that possible? How do they make money? And I'm like, they sold a lot of them.
Like
it was a PC-based business, right? Like, they had a wider audience to choose from than the exclusive console side that Atari was still path that they were pursuing. But you learn, learn to change the things you can is, so I changed the art and I focused my efforts on the titles that had a lot more time to be developed in, and learn to walk away from the ones that weren't finished. One of the programmers, this guy John Wentworth, had this incredibly forward thinking. Like, to this day, I still think it would be a great idea. It was because there was talk of a virtual reality headset, and so he created this experience where you were kind of like a magician floating through, and you use these like Sanskrit, like hand gestures with a Sanskrit, like you would unlock spells and things, and it was pretty forward thinking, pretty something you hadn't seen a lot of before, but it was definitely not going to be finished in 4 months, right? Like it was one of those, we barely got the first alpha prototype, like screen mock-up and how a simple interaction would work. And, if your publisher, if your developer isn't giving you the extra time, the extra programmers, the extra resources that are needed, the tools, then you're going to get what you get. I hate to say it that way, like to this day, I still sometimes wonder, like, something I've learned in the last few years looking backwards was, man, what if they had just held on to the release of the hardware until 94 instead of 93? They simply waited until AVP, Tempest 2000, Iron Soldier. If they waited till those games actually got finished and came out with a really strong launch lineup but they felt that it was more important to beat everyone else to the marketplace. But, it's one of these, something that the amount of people who never touch a game controller who yet work at game companies, if that makes sense. Like, these people, I admired Sam for his business sense, but Sam didn't play games. He didn't understand what a good game was versus a bad game. He knew what his children like, and he would, a lot of things got tested that way. He would take things home and get feedback from his kids, which, okay, that's one way to do it. But without really being a game player himself, it was hard to see the gaps or where the shortcomings were, or why those first launch titles weren't going to cut it in 1993. And it's hard to explain it to them when they just don't want to listen to it. Eventually, Sam listened to me. I did get Sam to come round. That involved me learning what his favorite restaurant was. I picked his favorite meal. I had a stack of proposals and cornered him into a conference room one afternoon and just said, hey, this is, here's some forward-thinking ideas. And while he didn't do most of them, he did have it. He made it so I reported directly to him, and he agreed with me that, like, since a lot of our developers were elsewhere off-site, that we as producers should be going into their offices and getting in their business and getting things done that way and overseeing the direct production directly. So I was able to get on a plane and go to the UK and see a lot of the developers on the UK side, which for whatever reason hadn't been getting done. You can't change that type of interaction from a producer to a developer team. You need that kind of bond, I think. And Sam started to see that change. He wanted to know. He wanted to learn how to make games in the modern era, but he reached that conclusion. I wish he had reached that in 92 instead of 94, right? Like, I think was really the answer there. So I always look at Trevor McFarlane and I'm just like, I hang my head. I was like, oh man, what are you supposed to do? Right. It's like, it was one of my first titles I ever worked on. And, I did what I could with make the changes I could. And going forward, I learned to like work out stuff with the programmers, right? If a programmer is going to be one of these kinds that, it's my way or the highway, I learned quite a ways of like, well, we can find other programmers who are a little bit more agreeable or have a bit of a grander or bigger vision for the gameplay vision, right? Like, to that guy's credit, he got it out the door on the time that they asked him to. It was a title that came out in a box. It could have been something else, but it was that. So
in 1994, you were credited as one of the producers on Club Drive. Now, Club Drive was an early 3D open world racing game, which was pretty ambitious for the Jaguar at the time, at least. How did you approach the production for this game? And what were some of the challenges you encountered while working on it?
So, Club Drive was also one of the original 4 titles. Of those 4 titles, only 2 came out, which was Crescent Galaxy and Club Drive. The other 2 programmers got, they eventually started listening to us and realizing that maybe games need more than one programmer, right? So they moved over. Some people that were on the 2 projects that got canceled got absorbed into like the Club Drive team, for example. And at least in Club Drive's case, they understood that what we were trying was a bit ambitious, right? We wanted to have an open world game. We wanted the environments to be somewhat stand-out-ish. And then, this was pre-Toy Story, but I was still into this idea of, I wanted to have like the Hot Wheels kind of in your living room type of gameplay, which is why, the lead programmer, one of them is Jerome's Pad, I believe it's called. That's Jerome. Jerome Stratch was one of the programmers. The other lead programmer was a guy named Todd Powers, super smart. Probably could have done a lot more if he was given another year and perhaps some development tools, but that wasn't the scenario. They did give Club Drive extra time because it was, they realized that what we were trying to do was more ambitious, and it was one of the advantages of the internal few people had was that they could go to the actual Jaguar hardware team and be like, "Hey, we want texture mapping." Not too bad. We can't give it to you. But wait, maybe we can. So some collaboration would start, right? Like it was useful to have software developers pushing the hardware developers along. It's just, you can only change so much, right? And in the case of the lead programmer, Todd, he did his best, trying to actually do an entire physics system. Again, it's a ridiculous amount of work for a single person to be aimed to do. You had to do the renderer. He had to do the physics. He had to, which is why they assigned Jerome to help do the game kind of menuing and structure system and give some sort of kind of structure support there. But it still wasn't enough. If you look at how modern development or even development that was being done by Sony on games like, say, Gran Turismo, right? The place that took years to be in development, right? Whereas Club Drive, I think, had under 12 months from start to finish before it had to get out the door. And it's just too little, right? Like if we could have sat on it for a year to polish it and turn it into something else in 94, maybe it could have been something else. But, you have to, again, choose, accept the things you can't change, right?
I guess it's because, just a few years prior to that, you could ship a AAA game, like Monkey Island 2 is a AAA game from LucasArts, and you can have 3 developers or 2 developers and just ship the game in less than a year. But
Monkey Island had there was like a core developing group of Scum engineers that there were like 4 or 5 of them, and there was that room full of, like in that video that you saw, they had half a dozen artists who work on it. There was a sound department that worked on it, right? We had a dozen testers at a time supporting it when the testing was going on. And so at its maximum, when art, engineering, sound, and testing was all going on at once, that's a dozen and a half, 2 dozen people. Right.
And maybe the main problem was working on the game engine while working on the game itself, while Scum was an established game engine. With this game, you had to work on the game engine itself.
That they built they weren't starting from scratch. They had this sort of structure, the Scum structure that they had used on several games beforehand, and that kind of idea of building on an engine. In the Jaguar case, the development group had virtually nothing. I think that's the part that was frustrating was that the development tools weren't there. Like the simple, most basic, like every group, every developer had to come up with its own renderer initially. There was no shared rendering system for all polygons that Atari made as a toolkit. Like if you compared the toolkit that Sony sold for the PlayStation 1 to the toolkit, or the non-existent toolkit, I should say, for the Jaguar development, it's crazy that any games got put out, came out at all. And you really have to give it up to the development teams that did power through it and get some stuff. Any developer that got a game published on the Jaguar deserves a pat on the back, right? It was no easy feat to get anything out the door, let alone something deep worth playing. And that time stuff, just the basic philosophy that this isn't 1982 anymore. It doesn't, just because you have 4 programmers doesn't mean, and just because they say they want it in 4 months doesn't mean you're going to get what you want, right? And takes some, some explanation, right? One of the things I always learn in life, get over the bad news early. Right. The sooner you get over the bad news early, you can get on to actually what you can do. Right. And the bad news in this case was they had no business trying to publish a game console with their initial starting lineup that had basically 4 months to be built in to build. It's, Nintendo sits on its games for 3 years before they launch a title. They have a whole year of polish. Right. And yeah, they had learned to make games longer than Atari did, but they learned to refine it. They understood the value of going back and tuning. And that to me was part of that transition of why AVP became so important, because I saw the change in Sam Trammell, someone who's notoriously not going to spend extra money or give extra time to anything, wanted to make a quality game, and understood, for at least the first time in my experience with him, that giving it the extra time and money could make all the difference in the world, which is what it did. It saved that game. It saved that game from being the possible shovelware that it possibly could have been released as, because they underfunded it to begin with. They had ran out of money, stopped paying their programmers. And I was able to convince Sam during a conference call, hey, let's bring those British programmers to Sunnyvale. Let's all sit on them all summer long. And they can meet with the hardware development team. They can meet, the tester group. We can, we actually get the level design in and turn them into level designers and have all 3 sides. The game that was the developer was pushing to publish in April of '94 was a fraction of what the game was in the end. It was a technology demo. It didn't have the Predator game. It didn't have the Alien game. It had a random maze generator with 0 kind of plot or storyline elements integrated. And it wasn't until we brought everybody to Sunnyvale with the programmers, the testing department turned level designers, and getting people like Sam to, I became very clever at like how to use the levers, right? Like there were legal reasons why we had to make changes for everything. And I was able to process that along the way, which gave us, 20th Century Fox wants the Alien Queen animation to have more animation. And so I used that as a technical reason to why we had to get the extra cart space. We used it got the actual Alien Queen animation that 20th Century Fox wanted, but we then spent the rest of the bulk of that extra 2 megs of space on the cart on audio. Again, we did most of the audio design in the last month of production, where it got opened up for us. And I just am glad that Sam gave it to us and had the vision to know that just pushing something out the door wasn't going to serve him well. It was that he knew that, the Jaguar needed some quality titles on it, and was starting to understand that it was, this wasn't 1982 anymore, and things take time and money to actually get made. So I'm glad that it was like one of those growth stories, right? So you see him grow suddenly, and not in a million years would people have expected Sam Trammell to do such a thing. And I was glad to be part of that change. So,
well, you're probably pretty convincing, or you took him to a good restaurant.
Actually, I learned to, I brought the entire restaurant to him. I white tablecloths, everything. I figured out, figured out what his favorite meal was and desserts and everything. It's just one of those, by respect, this was a guy who was busy all the time. I didn't want to waste his time, but at the same time, I knew that something had to change. I had to make a pitch to make some kind of difference. Like the way it was working wasn't working. And being able to get in there and, and fight for the titles really, he seemed to respond to it. And I was glad that he, again, gave me a chance. Took the leap of faith with me.
Well done. So what were some of the key challenges you faced in producing a game that has to juggle 3 distinct gameplays? The Alien, the Predator, and the Marine.
I mean, there's always the balance of the actual gameplay that you're tuning, and everything that can go wrong during a project. Like a lot of times people wonder, what is it that a game producer does? And the answer is whatever the game needs. And that can range from, being able to align the entire, say, Atari QA testing group and realign their hours so that we can use them as level designers. And we suddenly have a crew of people that's available to the development wing to be level designers. And while there's a bit of, what do you say, maybe conflict of interest of a tester testing, testers didn't test the levels they designed was one of the rules we kept. But there's still an element of, hey, wait, this was designed by the testing group. How are they going to catch their bugs, right? Like everyone always thinks that whatever they're building has no bugs. But thankfully, that testing group, they were testers first. So they really, kind of push things along. And just simply getting that, being able to listen to people who had great ideas, who wanted to be involved and were willing to put in the extra time and hours. And it became like a summer-long type of obsession for us, right? We really wanted to get this game done. And we knew that the window of actually getting the extra development time was a rare thing at Atari. And, since so many of us were fans of the films, and we really just, again, as a person who might buy the game ourselves or use our hard-earned money that we had earned, we want the games to be, be something that we could just, really deliver on and give players a feeling that, oh, wow, I bought something, but there's like 3 experiences in it, right? It's not just a single one-off game on one and done. It's, we love toying with the idea. And so being able to build on that stuff was really important. And, again, I'm just grateful that Sam gave us the window of opportunity to finish it the way we wanted to.
Now, Alien vs. Predator started out as a side-scrolling platformer, but was reimagined as a first-person shooter. How soon into production did this change occur?
So, and this is one of those, like, it might seem boring on paper, but it was pretty. I thought it was being pretty clever, right? So when I started at Atari, they had just shut down the Atari Chicago office. And the Chicago office at Atari had been responsible for most of a good chunk of the Lynx catalog, and they started their development. And so it was that group that created, they got a sub-license for the Alien and Predator characters through Activision. And specifically, we had licensed, technically, we were only ever supposed to do a Jaguar port of the Super Nintendo Activision-made Alien versus Predator, where you play a predator punching out aliens and stuff. And it just wasn't, it just seemed like a short version, like, oh man, there's so much more that could be done with these guys, right? The first development group that Atari Chicago had funded was Images software for the Lynx version, the handheld Lynx version. And their design featured a 2-sided game where you could play the Predator or the Alien, or the Colonial Marine. When I first got assigned to the title, I was given, like, basically, here's a stack of projects that you need to get out the door. And they wanted me to focus on the Lynx stuff while they were developing the Jaguar hardware. And so AVP Lynx was at the top of the list. I thought it was, going to be a title that was further along. But again, it was one of those, like, it was hard to find things. If it wasn't for people like Tom Gillen, he was the manager of the QA group, but also maintained the Atari bulletin boards where builds were posted to. If it wasn't for his meticulous, like, grabbing every build from every server that anyone ever posted to, half the links line probably would have been lost to time and space, right? Because simply even tracking down where the ROM files were, it was like an impossible chore. And so, but because he had done this homework, we had these builds to start with. And at the time, AVP was, again, sort of probably I would call it a prototype. It was like a technology demo where it showed it was a first person perspective in a very simplified form because it's on the links, but it still had that same sort of premise that, okay, you're a predator or you're the Marine. Now, I realized, like, I had been personally playing things like Wolfenstein at Maxis. Everyone played Wolfenstein during lunch. And so things like that first person or 2.5D type gameplay was something that was fresh in mind. We all loved that game. We wanted to make a game that was in that vein, but we had to get the design change in front of Fox. And so I discovered that the Images group had done a lot of the character names were based on the Dark Horse Comics characters, which we didn't have a license for. And I used that as the wedge. I was like, we're going to get in trouble if we use these characters in plot scenarios that are clearly from the Dark Horse Comics in this Lynx game. And so I talked with my main contact at Activision, this great producer named Tom Sloper, who's been around forever. And I'm like, Tom, can you help me get in front of the people at 20th Century Fox? And Tom was really cool about it. He had me come down and we got, made the pitch that basically, hey, so we have this great, take on the game, and we have to make these changes because it has all these elements from Dark Horse Comics. So we have this secondary design to present to you. And this is when we basically built out on what Images had already started. And in addition to the Jaguar version would include, the alien side as well. It would be this, we showed him what Wolfenstein was, just so he'd have an idea about what the perspective was. And then he wasn't rigidly minded thinking like, oh, we gave you the rights to do the Super Nintendo game. That's it. They didn't, he was willing to open the door to us. They're like, oh, okay, this is interesting. We want to see what you guys do with it. And so in the summer of 93, at both Atari and Rebellion at the time had like brainstorming sessions, and Rebellion kind of sent in their thoughts on it. We all kind of came to some shared agreements, which was the game wanted to have all three sides. We wanted the focus to be, it's sort of 2.5D first person shooter, and that there would be this sort of ongoing plot that, the Marine side would be probably the most plot heavy, but we still were going to include all three sides to make it there. On the Atari side, we some of the other producers, Ted Takichi and his wife, Carrie, hosted sort of movie nights. They had the Laserdisc version of the box set of Aliens with the auto rifles and everything. And they invited us and people like Sean Patton, who was a tester at the time, but he became the lead level designer of the game because he was so into Aliens. He had done a lot of the cosplay for, he actually made like Colonial Marines pulse rifles and armor. And in fact, when you look at the game's heads up display, that's Sean Patton, even though we call him Lance Lewis. Lance Lewis was another tester turned level designer who unfortunately isn't with us anymore. But Lance did, the character name is Lance Lewis because he loved his name, Lance J. Lewis. But the photo is of Sean Patton, who was again, who would go on to become like the producer of Iron Soldier. And, again, Atari was like Atari opening the door and taking chances on people. This was someone who, as a tester, who proved himself as this awesome level designer on AVP, and then was given his own title in the form of Iron Soldier to get out the door. And, I always admired that Atari did believe in its people that way and gave them some window of opportunity to do things. But once we had 20th Century Fox on board, it changed it for us. So the Rebellion side, to their credit, they were the ones who came up with the idea of using the resin model kits to animate everything and have us use photographs instead of necessarily pixel art. And it was great. I gave it that extra, not, it doesn't look like Wolfenstein. It doesn't look like Doom because it had more of a photorealistic texture to things. And they built, the wall patterns were built on bathroom tiles that they put model parts on. And because we were using resin kits that had been already approved by 20th Century Fox, it saved us a huge amount of time in the production side of getting clearances like, oh, we got the look right or wrong. No, these are pre-approved models. We know they're right. The only area where Fox gave us feedback was, as I said, on those. There was this one animation cycle. They simply said, keep trying and we'll tell you when you get it right. Oh, okay. That's the last thing as a producer you ever want to hear. Right? It's like, no. Give us direction, please. But
wait, so during these movie nights, you watched all 5 movies? Because at the time there was the trilogy, and
we did the first Predator, we did the first 2 Aliens, and I think the third one hadn't come out yet.
The third one came out in 1992, so probably came out.
So that was that's right. It was fresh in the. We saw that in the theaters. I don't think we didn't have a home video copy of that. So, but we did focus on the first 2 Alien movies and the first Predator movie.
What's your favorite Alien movie?
Oh man, that's always a hard one, right? Because they're so 2 different experiences. It's like I love the horror aspect of Alien, the original Alien. It's hard to beat, which is why the game Alien vs. Predator is a horror game. It's meant to scare you. It's meant to, be that. And at the same time, one of my friends was going into basic training when we saw Aliens when it first came out in the theaters, right? Like, and for him, it was just like he was in, it was just one of my friends in my friend group that had that sort of military talk down and wanted to kind of, was really pumped by seeing the sort of this idea of space Marines and, just it's like it was it's a hard mixture to beat, right? But they're such a different, I find it hard to compare the two because one, there's such a wide range, right? One is clearly like this epic action movie, and one is this just intense horror movie. I suppose I leaned on the horror side first because my first experience with Alien was Alien, the first one, right? But using the Marines as a background makes for great gameplay. It really does. It's hard to beat.
And did you watch the original one in theaters when you were 9?
No, my exposure to Alien was actually a friend who gave me a photo novel where they have it's kind of like a comic, but they use still frames from the movie.
Yeah, I remember
because
those.
I was too young to see it. Right, so I didn't actually get to see Alien until probably I was in high school, like a year before the sequel came out. Home video was finally a thing. Right. It's sort of weird to think about, right? Like in my day, we didn't have in 1979, there weren't really a whole lot of VHS players out there, right? I think it was a big deal when my parents got one in 84, right? With a single button wired remote that you could pause with. That's it. Right.
I love the fact that I asked you what your favorite Alien movie was, and you still talked about the first 2 and ignored the third and the fourth, and then Prometheus and Covenant, and then Romulus.
I didn't get. I heard Romulus is a lot closer to the horror experience that I've enjoyed, and it's something. I don't know if you played Alien Isolation, the PlayStation game. I love that. I love what they did with it, and I hope that the rumor is not just a rumor, but I'm dying. I would die to see that as a VR experience, just because of
they recently announced the sequel to Alien Isolation. So
Oh, they did. Okay.
So the focus will probably be on the sequel and not the VR experience, but hopefully they'll also have a VR experience because that game is terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. And they got that part of it right. And I think people, it's like, that's one of the things about that property, the mythology is that it spans quite a bit, right? A single alien was able to do all that damage in that first film, right? It's similar to Romulus, is what I understand. I haven't seen it yet, it's going to start streaming here, I think, this month. But
now, the interesting thing is that a decade after Alien vs. Predator, the game came out, the movie came out. In 2004, we had the Alien vs. Predator movie. In 2007, we had the Alien vs. Predator Requiem movie. Did you hate both of them?
I learned to accept that things aren't, let go of preconceived ideas about what I think it should be, right? And let it be what it is. They weren't great, but they were fun. I mean, to me, I had fun with it. It was a fun ride. It was kind of like, could they have done more? I thought the connection was better represented in some of the Predator movies. I know that sounds weird, but like just seeing the alien skull on his trophy wall in the first, like stuff like that was like nice touches that you really wanted to kind of bring forward. I think sometimes they just go, it's like when you come up with the notion of Alien versus Predator, it's almost, there's a certain level of, is this like Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, or, like that kind of round robin big monster horror movie Duke-a-thon, like it's not meant to be taken seriously at all. Unfortunately, I think that comes up with some people. They don't follow it all the way through. I always wanted a deeper exploration of, the Weyland-Yutani company, finally getting its alien and having the Predator, group kind of come down to sort of break it out or, do its damage, on Earth in some kind of like Earth context that way. But hey, that's my personal dream for it. The films, yeah, they weren't great. They weren't, they weren't the classic. Those directors weren't Ridley Scott or James Cameron, right? It's sometimes those differences make a difference. And I haven't hated absolutely every other Alien movie, but I've just learned to give it a grain of salt. Okay, there's one exception. I do hate the idea that they introduced with Prometheus, like that the alien syndrome is like can be caught like the common cold or something. Like it was some sort of like virus. It's like, no way. No, you can't change one of the fundamental core ways of the gestation process and the chest bursters and the face huggers and all that, right? Like it's too much of the too many fundamentals change to be acceptable. But that's just me. So
well, that's what you get when you get the writer of Lost to write an Alien movie. Get Prometheus.
You can't trust the writers of Lost. Let's face it. Like they betrayed you from the, of all TV series, it's like, can you ever trust those guys again? No, you can't. Right? I mean, they're creative. They really know how to tell a story and really make things engaging, but they don't know how to end things. They don't know how to wrap it up.
Exactly. You have so many open questions, but what I liked about Prometheus was it was visually appealing. And I remember seeing it in 3D back in 2012, back in the day.
And I love that they went back to like LV-426 and they went back to the, the main ship and the idea that those pilots and there was another story there to be told. I love that. I love that they were reaching there. I just don't understand why they needed to change the mythology in such a manner that's, it really provides a disconnect. It makes it too, I'm not sure what it is about like the common, the idea that it was some sort of common cold virus thing that they could change. But it really, it's like, no, that's not what it's about, right? It takes out half the really fun parts of the alien mythology. So
now back to the game, Alien vs. Predator. The game's AI was really ahead of its time. How did you approach testing the AI systems, particularly when you had to account for different behaviors depending on whether the player is the alien, the predator, or the marine?
And that's where keeping a test group that's in perspective with what it is. Like, we did have different testers be a little bit more on since our testers were doubled as our level designers. People who were, say, focused on the alien game would test the predator game, for example, if that makes sense. Like, the way, one of the things I love about the alien side of the game is that it's really a kind of map progression system, right? How far can you get into this and fall back to your egg, the eggs, which become your kind of form of save point, sort of keep going forward so you don't have to go all the way back to the beginning. And so it was always helpful to have people who weren't doing the level design of like how like the duck system works, so that you could test the challenge element to blind testers, if you will, right? Like, someone who you don't want the people who are doing the map layout of that, say, air duct system to necessarily be the first group of people to test it, to survive it. Is it survivable? Is there enough? Like, if you recall ammunition things, we use things like limited ammunition as a way to keep people on their toes. Right? Like, it was the worst thing ever when you're like, oh man, I just used my last shotgun shell. I'm going to die. Like, it's like, you really had this window of where you felt terrified. You felt like you were being pursued and that you wanted, like, you'd gotten so far, but you didn't want to get killed. And, it's hard to kind of build that in on paper. You have to sort of keep kind of like, how does this play? Is this the timing right? Is this kind of keeping us where we want it to be? And like I said before, it's part of that system of a process is keeping certain people who are blind testers, like people who had first time users. I thankfully had, myself and a couple other folks who worked at Atari. We roped in our friends who'd come and join us on the weekends. It's like, people who, my friend Jeff, he ran like a gothic industrial radio show at the local community college, was also heavily into like HR Giger's work. And it was important to me that he felt it looked right, that it would appeal to, so I ran it past him. And after he already became exposed to it, I was like, oh, I'm having a party this weekend. I'm like, hey, can I set up a console and watch people play it? He's like, yeah, all right. So, like, in the corner, we'd have this, like, this is the party's going on, but we'd have this, group of people like just getting that live feedback of, it's kind of a live focus testing, if you will, right? Without the formal, hiding behind a mirror or something, right? It's just more of just like, hey, I'll sit with you on a couch and listen to what you have to say, right? Like, are you understanding what the mission is? Do you understand how to learn the controls, or which parts would make it easier to find those things out? And we felt like that's where we wanted to add that element of like having a scripted type of experience on the marine side, where you went from computer terminal to computer terminal and sort of unwrapped the storytelling, a little bit in more detail, because, well, they're humans. We can explain it a little bit easier than how predators think or how aliens think. But I'm so glad we got to include all three, that we didn't just have to push it out the door with one of them. It came this close to being that.
So when did you leave Atari, and what was the last project you worked on at Atari?
So I left Atari in the spring of, I guess it would have been like March or April of 95. At the time, I had been working while Alien vs. Predator was finishing, another project for the Atari Jaguar CD was starting. And so I worked directly with Steve Mitchell of Lore Design, and again, we helped sell Sam Trammell on the idea of developing a game engine that we could, the plan was to get a number of titles out of it. And initially, so the first series of titles would be based on Highlander, the animated series, which was a license that Sam had a connection with the people at Bobot who owned the license here in the United States. And they were interested in kind of working with Ataris, and Sam wanted us to work with them. So, while the animated series is well different than how the Highlander movies played out, we still felt that we could deliver sort of a fresh new experience. And it again kind of comes back to, I'd been playing a lot of Alone in the Dark, which offers that cinematic type perspective and camera angles that you can get with like sort of the simple polygon characters, but using the pre-rendered backgrounds to sort of help them navigate. Now, there might have been easier ways to develop a Highlander game, except that we weren't, after there being like, I think already 3 or 4 fighting titles, one-on-one fighting titles on the system, it just seemed like we had this opportunity to do something else. And again, into a new genre that was a different type of doing like adventure game storytelling. Right. And Alone in the Dark really sort of, pushed our buttons for us that we wanted to see. And we could see that engine like that could be, useful on titles going forward, or how we could put a number of titles out there. The other component was that it was a time when motion capture was starting to be fully used in gaming. And we developed with a motion capture lab, manufacturer of the actual motion capture equipment up in Santa Rosa, and I think it was at the last CES we went to. But we got introduced to this, and he was able to work with Steve and the group at Lore Design, and they set up one of the first motion capture labs in the UK up at Lore Design. And we were able to get fully motion captured characters into the Jaguar CD, which again, like the Jaguar, had 0 tools, 0, no help. Like, in fact, the specs were changing as they were making the game. So, while we had a slightly larger window, it wasn't as much of a window as we wanted it to be. And, there were a number of other titles that were presented, like, again, Atari, because of its connection with Warner Brothers, still we were presented to wanted to develop a game based on Batman Forever, I believe, which was coming out that summer. Mm-hmm. Which we could have possibly have done sort of a shortened Alone. Our goal was to do a shortened Alone in the Dark one version of it using this engine. However, during that spring of '95, I believe the vision of what Atari was going to turn into changed. At least, Sam, I don't know how familiar you are, but Atari is a family-run business. It's it was owned and started or purchased by Jack Tramiel, who involved in Commodore, and run by his 3 sons. Sam was the president. Leonard was sort of the technical leader within the tech development side of the hardware for both the Jaguar and some of the Lynx titles. And Gary, who was more of a kind of a marketing, promotional, each brother had sort of a focus to them. I developed, again, a one-on-one reporting directly to Sam situation. At one point, though, at the very end of '94, after being, we came up with an initial pitch document based on the Batman Forever materials, which Warner Brothers had sent us, and we were starting to lay down I knew someone who was a lead CAD engineer who could do the architecture work who worked at Bechtel, right? They were, someone we were actively recruiting, and at the time, they hired an internal, let's just say, a chainsaw person, right? Remember the movie Office Space? Mm-hmm. And they bring in the Bobs, right? Those 2 characters. Well, so that happened at Atari in the spring of '95, and Jack Tramiel decided to chart a different course, that he didn't want to continue this sort of funding side of things and was looking to cut as deep as hard as much as they could. So this chainsaw guy that they hired, like, I'll have to say, like, it hit me in all the wrong ways, right? Like, so I was used. It's hard to sit in a room where, every person in the room has not on one, but not twice, but at least 3 or 4 times given up or stayed overnight to finish something for Atari, and see this guy who's fresh on the scene, this corporate chainsaw guy, they're berating people and demeaning them and just like talking this talk in a conference room. And it's like, how dare this person show up? He hasn't stayed here until 3 a.m. to get something done. Every single person in this room has. He doesn't get to say anything to these people, and really set him and I off. I returned to the UK to keep working on the Highlander project. And while over there, he called me and basically he threatened me. He was just like, we're not going to cover your expenses. I'm like, I'm 5,000 pounds into a 2-month hotel bill. You better believe you're covered. You can't tell me you're not going to cover my expenses at this time. And since AVP had gotten a lot of press, I was getting actively recruited by other companies. And so when he messed with my expenses, I got on the next plane out of England, came back to Sunnyvale. I decided to accept these job offers I was getting again through my friend Brandy, who then started working for Rocket Science Games, introduced me to Peter Barrett, and he sold me on a vision of what, where I was going to let me have full, do an original design of my own, not a licensed title, and that I bought into it. And so at the end of the day, I decided that I wasn't going to stick around for the end of Highlander, and I needed to move on. This chainsaw person, I regret. I always wonder to this day if they hadn't unleashed this personality into the rest of their department, myself and a number of other people who had given their best to Atari probably would have continued to stick around. But that's one of those situations where you have to, you've got to take care of yourself. You can't, it's like people messing with you when you're traveling on the road for a business, and they're kind of leaving you on the hook perhaps for being responsible for paying for everything and stuff like that. It's like, I'm not some millionaire made of money, right? I don't have the 5,000 pounds sitting in my bank account ready to pay for this trip that I'm on because I'm there working on a game for you guys. Right? It's just, it's one of those things that was hard to understand, but I realized the goal was to clear out the company. It was to kind of like Jack Trammell had just reached his line with it and was turning from trying to like get the game and the Jaguar system out there to perhaps closing Atari down and selling it off eventually, which is what happened.
And so in April 1995, you joined Rocket Science Games as a producer and lead designer, where you worked on Pest. What was the creative process on this project?
So, when I was recruited by Rocket Science, Peter Barrett, he said, they wanted to give me, one of the things that I found appealing about the offer was the chance of having creative control on an original property that wasn't based on a movie or a TV show, that they would give me the backing to use the Rocket Science way of developing, which was, more of a Hollywood production way. They did storyboards, they did background, they did animatics, and they were willing to sort of invest in some money to kind of find their way, if you will. And I bought into it. It was hard. It's hard to resist. They, some of my own heroes were already working there. People like Ron Cobb, one of the original, Star Wars Cantina development, creators. Dave Nakabayashi was this talented 3D artist who helped me come up with the name Pest, and Pest was just sort of like still to this day, it might be the last game I ever made, but because I did end up securing all the rights to it. But I really wanted to do something that explored the idea of, there are plenty of violent games in the world, but there's very little in the way of like funny violence, like cartoon, old style, Warner Brothers, Bugs Bunny, frying pan to the head, safes from the sky, that kind of, where the violence is funny. Like you're in this cartoon universe where nothing really ever dies. You just get squashed until you reinflate yourself or reassemble yourself back into the thing of the game. And it was meant to be a two-sided game where you could play the role of the exterminators or the role of these like kind of heroic pests. The pests were trying to steal the loot. The exterminators were trying to kill all the pests before they stole all the loot. And it was meant to be this sort of kind of arcade action type of experience, which, and then I'd probably say in the hardest way possible, I learned, don't take just the designer role. It was like I learned the hard way that being a designer means you don't have the control that and authority you have as a producer. So when other titles needed to, say, borrow your engineering staff so they could get finished, like in the case, that's how Rocket Jockey got done. They basically borrowed most of the pest engineers and got Rocket Jockey out the door, which I was glad for. I love Rocket Jockey as a game. And at the same time, every time that there wasn't up, 2, 3, 4 months of your program engineering time was all that time lost on your project, right? And I wish I have a certain of how I prefer to do things, and like it's better to keep things small initially. So the initial prototype, a programmer named Tony Miles created this initial simple, square blocks and a square world, very little in the way of art, but it did explain the gameplay very well. Like zooming around and trying to use a mallet to smash a bunch of things that are trying to steal these little objects as the loot was fun. It was a fun experience. And going forward, and or if I could change time or change history, I would have been a producer. I would have been able to fight to not have them steal the engineering effort off of the title. And I would have been able to get something that was more complete out the door. And unfortunately, because the start and stop of how they were kind of pulling around the resources, we got a lot of great artwork done. I worked with the development director, Bill Davis, who replaced Peter Barrett after he left, was familiar with a 2D animation firm, Kurtz and Friends out of Los Angeles. And again, it was one of these, like, when we talked on phone, we didn't get it, but they let me go down there and sit with them. And I tried to explain, like, these are people who are normally used to doing 2D animation. And I had to explain what polygons were and how we had to, like, be really limited on polygons. But once we were able to kind of get in each other's faces with markers on over a whiteboard, we realized, wait, there is an answer here. And they came up with this kind of, I call it a Rayman type solution, where it was like, wasn't fully connected, but polygon bodies that looked like a walking animated cockroach or a, French lumberjack termite or things like that, right? We based things on that sort of kind of classic Warner Brothers type of, based on kind of Hollywood characters or larger than life characters, and meant keeping everything in sort of the funny realm. But it was all a matter of learning to work with the people, the resources you have. And so I was glad to kind of, have the opportunity to work with a group that had never touched a 3D polygon. I understood that they did, what they did have is they were able to get the expressiveness in the character design, even under the limitations. They didn't understand the limitations. They were, trying to explain, well, the Pentium 100 of 1995 could only render so many polygons, right? They were never going to get that, but they didn't need to. They did what they did get was this idea that these mash of polygons had personality and style and were meant to be like kind of Warner Brother characters and along those lines. So it was, again, that kind of growing spurt, to get it finished. And when Rocket Science hit the wall finally, or when they finally spent the last of their investment dollars, I spent the last summer securing the rights. So I still have the rights to do Pest at some point,
wow.
Including the rights to the music, which was done part of the rocket science way was to do high-end music or high-end production value stuff. So I had a chance to work with Mark Mothersbaugh and Musica Mutata, who we have all, a number of past soundtrack, intro and outros, all done by that group, which was a great process to be part of. It was just super fun to go down there and get to jam with one of your living heroes, right?
Wow.
I've been lucky. So
Now, in 1996, you were credited as being in the bunker for Wingnut's Battle in the Sky. What exactly did this involve, and when did you come out of said bunker?
Again, Wingnuts was one of their sort of more leaning into the full motion video titles that Rocket Science is probably most known for. Lodestar, Tully Bodine, that type of thing, where there's pre-canned film footage married to sort of gameplay type elements. And so Wingnuts was the producer that was assigned to Pest also was producing Wingnuts. And so I agreed to help him. Part of my job a lot of times was kind of just simply looking at what I was cooking and try to help people like with design stuff. So in Wingnuts' case, it was pretty far along, but they still needed people to do some of the final testing. And even though I was a designer, I'm like, hey, I know how to test. So I'll test with you guys. So I think that's how I got into those set of credits. There was another game, Obsidian, which was meant to be like a sort of a sequel or a competitor to Myst. It had that kind of high-end visual graphics with sort of compelling puzzle storytelling. And I'll just say, like, this is true for a lot of games. Like, the truth of most games is that the general audience, if you're lucky, won't get to like 25% through the title before they quit. Most of them get 10, right? So the issue with Obsidian is that some people in the games business think that they need to design for the, as Ron Gilbert would call them, the never kissed a girl gamer, right? Like people who are just dedicated, they spend their life playing and playing games, and God bless those people. I love those people. However, the average person doesn't have the time for that nonsense. And there's a certain kind of line of meeting in the middle. And so in the Obsidian case, the puzzle design, you couldn't get out of the first room. It was almost impossible to get. It's like they created this amazing artwork that's throughout the game of Obsidian that hardly anyone ever saw because it was so difficult to get out of the first room. There's only so many, like, it's one of those, change the things you can, but boy, did they spend a lot of money on that. Like, this was the era of Silicon graphics workstations. They had all these XILM people. They had one of those giant refrigerator-sized renderers that was set up. Whereas the Pest group, I was more on the lean and mean. Like, we'd use 3D Studio Max, and I always had a console lean, so I was trying to lean it as a PlayStation game. But it's like not having that authoritative control as a producer made it impossible for me to make the changes I wanted, and ultimately the game still had yet to come out. So,
And so in January 1998, you moved to Cyclone Studios, where you worked as the lead designer for Army Man Air Attack.
That's right. I started at Cyclone Studios, which was an independent group. And the week that I started was the week that 3DO bought them. So the good side is that I was able to be part of the 3DO stock purchase plan, which really panned out for me. I'll just say it's one of those, like, in life, thank you, world, for these little windows that happen here and there that help take care of some things, right? Like, especially in an industry that's so kind of highs and lows and roller coastery, you need things like stock payoff or employee stock purchase plans to come through every now and then, because they cover those years when you're not working, or those, that summer where you're trying to start an independent group in England, which is what I was doing before after Rocket Science ended and before I started at Cyclone, I spent a summer in just outside of Liverpool trying to make a game that we pitched to Sony in London at the end of the summer. Who eventually Sony said they wanted to do, but it was 4 months later until they got back to everybody, and the developers there and myself, we'd all started other jobs. But, I'm glad we did it. It was an interesting, fun time to try. But once I got back to the Cyclone Studios 3DO world, it became there was a different world. Like Cyclone Studios was an independent group and 3DO was not. Right? 3DO they owned the property Army Men. Toy Story 1 with the Army Men had just come out recently. Before it, I remember, again, breaking out the Laserdisc copies. I was like, oh, we're getting assigned Army Men. That's great. I can't wait. Let me at it. And until that, I ran into that there was like a internal board at 3DO that had worked out this whole system having to do with Army Men, and they called it MANG, MANG, Military Action Near the Ground. And so anything that was a MANG title, somehow our Air Attack had to follow their rules. And so one of them, they had things like the game could only be in the toy universe or the realistic, 20% of the time, that most of the rest of the game had to be in realistic war settings. And it's just like, I'm a person that pushes back. Right. And so I had one meeting after another where I simply tried to sell them, but look, we have this whole like Apocalypse Now on the beach, right, with sandcastles, and we have like this backyard encounter. We have all these scenarios that were based on the fact that they were little plastic toy Army Men, which is, there's like 50 new traditional war games out there, but there's very few that are toy-based games, and that was the joy of the Army Men license. They actually came in the packaging, and so there was a lot of back and forth with that group, and that's one of the reasons why I stayed till the game was like at an alpha stage. But I had been recruited by the folks at Macromedia, and that's when I started, looked into the world of online games.
Okay, so Macromedia hired you, where you worked as a senior producer at Shockwave.com. Now, I had to say that I used to visit Shockwave.com so many times per day.
Oh, really?
To check out all of the games. And Shockwave.com is part of the reason I became a Flash developer, because Shockwave Player was, a predecessor to the Flash Player. And, you had Shockwave titles that were created using Macromedia Director, but eventually games started using the Flash Player when they started adding ActionScript 2 back in 2004. But Shockwave was the popular gaming plugin that was used back then. So I remember playing most of the games that you worked on back in the day.
Oh, great.
so thank you for that. So what can you share about your time?
It was worth all these gray hair that I earned during that time. That was a pretty intense work cycle. There was one where they had told me, oh, you're going to work on 6 to 8 projects a year. And I had 6 to 8 projects to finish in the first 3 months.
Exactly,
right?
Because you were there for almost 2 years and you worked on more than 20 titles.
Right. And
so the math doesn't math.
And so because of the way the Shockwave community worked, there were some titles that were that would get fully developed or developed by a individual development group, and they would get featured through the Shockwave channel. And at the same time, Shockwave, because of its Macromedia connection, had quite a few specific projects it could fund or it could get funding for. It was a different kind of funding world, right? As my boss at the time told me, it's more like being a short order cook than than at a recipe. And well, I learned to it. Like, there was something to be said for working on multiple things at the same time. It was it was an overwhelming time. It's like I eventually again, had to go to the president of of Macromedia, sit outside his office for a day until he finally agreed to sit with me, and just realize like, hey, I'm the only games producer for the games side of Shockwave, and the games make up, I would say 49 of the top 50 titles are games, right? They were investing in these the Flash Animation Group, which was just starting out, but they sunk a ton of money and a ton of resources. There was a giant animation staff, right? It took me a while to convince them, how about we hire some more game producers? Right? So this is simply so I could work on fewer titles at the same time, right? Like it bothered me that not everything got the attention it deserved. Some of the things I was really thrilled about. I'll have to say some of the Shockwave developers at the time were really just, solid people who, gave it their all, and they delivered, their own Shockwave versions of like the, say, Atari arcade games, Missile Command, done by Roger Jones, and Gary, oh man, his name, who helped out with like Centipede and Super Breakout. Getting to work on those classic titles was, again, I was familiar with them. It helped. It was interesting to sort of have to work on Atari properties, but now that they were owned by Hasbro, so I had to like learn how Hasbro worked as a property venue, and also have to manage the experiences like Shockwave had a business development guy, this guy Isaac, who once came in and said, "Hey, you guys are going to be so psyched, you won't believe it. We just got all the Midway titles, Defender, Joust, they're really good stuff." And I was like, "Oh, that is great." And he's like, "Yeah, and we have to have them on the site in like 3 months." And I was like, "That's not so great at all." Right? Because if we were doing it the original way, which was we would have had to recruit individual developers to make, fresh from scratch coded, ports of these games. It was one of those times where I realized, hey, but wait, I work at Macromedia, the people who make Director. And so, again, just because of how I am, I found out who the right people were in the Director team to get in front of and just be like, okay, so how about this? Hear me out now. We have these ROM files that are out here, the actual arcade ROM files of, say, for Joust or for Spy Hunter, for Defender. And the only way possible to actually even get all 10 games out in 3 months' time was to get a ROM conversion. Basically, instead of a MAME emulator, I had the Shockwave group write a ROM emulator for Shockwave that we were able to release as a Shockwave titles in the time frame allowed, all 10 of them ready to go. Dale Geist was another producer that they did hire, thankfully, right? And he was able to put this kind of cool interface where you drop like a virtual quarter into a machine that would then display the game onto the web window. To me, it's a win. I know they're smaller titles, but like it delivered on the best experience possible, which were the actual arcade ROMs in a solution that was only possible because they were Macromedia. They're not everyone has access to the entire Director development team as needed, right, to come up with this. But once I explained to them, like, oh, this is what MAME is, can you help us out? They're like, yeah, okay, we see what you're after here, right? And again, that whole aspect of just being able to go down and sit next to people sometimes, it makes a difference,
And what was it like to work on the Tyne titles? Things like Austin Powers Move Your Mojo and the South Park games.
So Move Your Mojo is one of my favorite game story experiences. So again, it was a busy, Shockwave was in downtown or South of Market, San Francisco, actually where the Zynga offices are now. And I remember it was one of those days where I was like, I was busy. They had these conference room where you could sort of see in. And I saw that they were talking about Austin Powers, and I love Austin Powers. So I just happened to kind of like lean in and see what was going on. And what they were describing was that they were going to make this web game it was supposed to be like a shooter where you're shooting as Austin Powers. And I was just like, no, we're not going to do that. right? Like I literally just sort of like crashed their meeting with the guy from New Line Cinema, Gordon, who was open to it because I was like, I'd been playing things like Pa Rappa the Rappa and Dance Dance Revolution, and I was like, Austin Powers isn't about shooting; it's about being groovy, right? So, in the matter of like one of these, if you can get us a game finished before, in the timeline we needed, like if we could basically have something on the website. We had to have it like the first week of May to make for the promotional cycle that started because the movie was coming out at the end of May. New Line Cinema required like, will we open to hearing your other idea? And so overnight, I got on the phone with the folks at Way Forward who I'd been working with before and just said, hey guys, what do you think about this? And the Way Forward folks are, Voldy and Matt Bozon, they did a quick set of storyboard mock-ups, and we kind of came up with this plan of, and this is like the look, which was flash-based dancing bodies with photographic heads on top of them, and that we would release over time, so that while we wouldn't have the whole cast ready on the first week, we would release new characters every week leading up to the movie release, which New Line was also on board with. And because they were, willing to change it, we had basically 3.5 weeks to make a game. New Line said, okay, we can give you one screening, which involved a VHS copy of the Austin Powers sequel sitting in Gordon's office, like on a VHS disc with like four guys from Way Forward and me all surrounding this small television set, taking as many notes as we possibly could, because weren't allowed to like screen grab anything or do anything really, except we had access to the promotional shots for their heads and just understood that how we wanted the dancing moves to go. And 3 weeks later, we put out the first set of, Austin Powers, I think, versus Dr. Evil. And then the week after, we had Felicity, the Heather Graham character, whose name escapes me. But it's just one of those, like, it's don't let someone tell you, their change can happen if you're willing to push it. And there's never a shortage of people who are willing to, like, roll up their sleeves and get behind you and, for a good idea, something that they can believe in as well. The guys that Way Forward, oh man, we love Austin Powers. We're going to drop everything to help out and do this. And man, it just worked out, right? They knew how to do the animation. We got them the music, we got them the sound, and we were able to get onto austinpowers.com with time to spare. So,
and you guys were pioneers, because once Flash became the popular platform, it became a very powerful promotional tool for movie studios. You'd have a Flash game for each movie release and a Flash website for each movie release. So you guys were probably the first ones to create a web-based tie-in game for a movie.
Well, and I actually carried that forward a couple years later with that same guy, Gordon, at New Line Cinema. I eventually worked at a place called There, which was sort of a 3D, massively multiplayer social space with 3D avatars and things like that. And this was before the last of the Lord of the Rings movie was coming out. And so my pitch was, one of the things that the There experience had, they had these like virtual kind of like tiki bars and stuff where you get these like animated virtual drinks and things that your avatar would go down, would pound. And my premise was, and this is only because I knew how, knowing how contracts works is everything, or has been everything in my job. And I knew that New Line Cinema technically owned every asset that's ever made for like a video game. So in this case, I knew that New Line Cinema owned the assets to the Two Towers PlayStation 2 game. And I knew that so all I needed them to do was cash in that asset call, get them turned over to them, which was, this case was 3D models of Legolas, an orc, and I think we did one of the dwarves. And basically I turned that and we gave it to their development group, and we were able to create this sort of pitch of a Lord of the Rings themed virtual bar where you could dress up as an orc or elf or a dwarf and share virtual drinks in this sort of grog themed Lord of the Rings bar. And we actually had it as a playable prototype. We got it pretty far along because the developer of the original Two Towers game had to post it. I knew that the assets worked, and I knew that those guys were just up the street from where I lived. Don Daglow's company, which the name escapes me, but it was in San Rafael, and I knew that those assets would be available to them. It's one of those work with what you've got, right? We did get some of it onto their website. We did, their social part took some wiring, and at the time, New Line was trying to how does this get us another set of ticket sales? And I'm like, you're socializing in Lord of the Rings world in 3D on the web. I don't know. That's your problem. It's your job to sell the tickets, right? We'll get you there. It was just sort of this notion that you could tie this stuff together and make use of these assets. We ended up doing a sort of an orc, sort of Stretch Armstrong orc, where you could sort of play orc animations and kind of make it he has a big head now. Now he's got really long arms, or it's kind of ridiculous, but it still took advantage of the use PlayStation 2 assets from the PlayStation 2 game and put them into work as web materials. And it's stuff like that. It's just knowing how to thread that and kind of bring that group together. I'm always, while that is a case where it didn't quite happen, I was glad to try. It was, E for effort, right? Glad that the people that, that Gordon was open-minded to even thinking about such a thing. So I was like, if perhaps online ticket sales was more of a thing, we might have gone somewhere with that. But it's fun to work with people who are excited about, exploring things, right? That think outside that box that we all hear so much about.
And so after there, you started working as a producer at Leapfrog.
Yep.
What was it like to work as a producer on educational software?
So my sister had my niece and nephew, and for the back east, and for a long time I was like, man, I bet you could do something else with these games. And thanks to the folks at Voldy at Way Forward, when I believe Maureen at Leapfrog said that they were looking for producers, the Way Forward folks pointed to me. And so I interviewed over there. They seemed interested in Leapfrog at the time. I'm not sure if you recall, was most famous for their kind of talking books. It's how, you'd flip a page and you could kind of read over an audio cue that would kind of help you, young readers learn to read. The Leapster was kind of their step into educational gaming, and they wanted gamers, quote unquote, a gamer's take on it, or how, because I had more experience actually making more arcade type games. And so when I got there, they had a system where they were like, yeah, well, we want to set it up so that the player, they get to, they have to solve the educational curriculum first, but then they get to play some game. And I was like, you can't do that. Kids know what broccoli is, right? They know that they want something else. You want to marry it together. And so they were interested in doing sort of an arcade type of, emulation or simulation to, Pac-Man, but not Pac-Man, right? So I spent a lot of time with the Leapfrog lawyers about just how close to Pac-Man we could get. But at the same time, coming up with a way to actually make the education to be one-on-one and sort of tied together. We did sort of an asteroids looking type of game where you're a spaceship in the center, and we had asteroids with the answers of the math questions kind of floating around. Again, we used pre-rendered sprites, so they would look really cool. But we learned that I did kid testing at a set of schools in Berkeley. I think I did over 50 kids, where I would clock them doing flashcard math, because there's a difference. Some puzzles are easy to do in your head, and kids could just be like, oh yeah, boom, boom. But some puzzles, as you get into the larger numbers, they need a little bit more time. And so what we did is by testing so many, we were able to create a graph curve for difficulty so that players wouldn't face those more challenging math problems until they were at the higher levels, and was kind of like the reward system. So we had, Leapfrog was very testing driven. They wanted their curriculum to be, that was one of the, they really kept the gold standard. And I just wanted to extend it to how that translates into moment to moment action, kind of fun gameplay. So the players playing this game, that's kind of an action shooter, but we want to give them a chance to actually solve the math that we're presenting them. So, yes, they would eventually get to the super hard problems, but we made sure that, like any difficulty curve, you want them to reach that at the end, not the beginning, right? You want them to keep playing through as much as possible and tying it together so that, it wasn't just broccoli. The fun was playing this game, and you got to do the fun parts while you were getting the math education parts, sort of worked in. And delighted me to no end. And after doing the arcade system, they knew I had a background in working with like movie licenses, so they assigned me to the Ratatouille project based on Ratatouille, and I loved it. I just being able to kind of again take this world, this sort of rich character-driven fabric that Disney and Pixar can come up with, and then being able to sew it into an experience that would be meaningful to fans who love the movie, who are being, their parents want them to learn this educational content. So we made this whole thing of, anyone can cook. And like it was the bigger reward was a system of unlocking memories through, or recipes through this. The more games you unlocked, the more recipes you learned that you could, learn to cook as your reward for getting through it. Which again, it's just that nothing sort of kind of delights you more when you see kids, they're, making the connections and kind of bringing it together. It was like, that's it. That's what we're after, And they thankfully let me keep, the other part was keeping the production groups together. So I worked directly with, one of my favorite people to collaborate with, Sam Hood, who was an animator at Leapfrog. But he and I developed this sort of process of doing just like almost frame by frame animatics for the gameplay, so that because there were so many systems, Disney, Pixar, Leapfrog Educational Board, Leapfrog Executive, we had to go through quite a bit of presentation to get the authorization to build everything. And having this tool where we could simply show these sketched out, really nicely done, the storyboards that Sam could come up with, would deliver on, sold them on the idea that like what we're delivering on is going to look pretty much exactly like this, but done in Flash and done with final assets. And it really kind of gets, and I made the point of actually printing out and having people physically sign this one shared document. You've signed here on this date that you authorize this design, right? So we'll hear none of this coming back and changing everything in 6 months later, unless it's Disney, of course, in which case you have to change it, right? But that's the job of a producer. So it was great to be able to keep that group together for the Wall-E project, which is one of my favorite games of all that I've ever made. We got to include not just the math and English parts that Leapfrog always liked to do, but we also got science planet-based type curriculum, just naming the planets and how the order of the planets, how they work. And at the same time, teaching them about recycling facts and recycling, inspired, using some puzzle-based gameplay that mechanics that I had developed before and kind of using it as this new way. It used to be one of my, private delights was going online to look at the Amazon reviews where they're saying like, oh yeah, my, son or daughter just told me all these things about, recycling glass that I had no idea about, or, just that extra element of like, he could name the planets. I can't name the planets and stuff like that. It just really, it makes, again, all the effort that we pour into it feels really good when you know that it's reaching the folks that you wanted it to. And it makes a difference in their world. So it's like those late nights are worth it.
Well, it's a good thing that Wally had themes of recycling and, space exploration and such for you to utilize in order to make the educational aspects in the game.
Yeah, it was great. And we could get outside of the Leapfrog box, which Leapfrog traditionally wants English and math. That's what they want, as far as the type of curriculum. And it was nice that they were willing to expand their, we could expand their curriculum menu based on the, what Wally offered.
And so you stayed at Leapfrog up until 2008. And so what have you been doing since?
So I did do some consulting work actually with the original founder of Leapfrog. Mike Wood had recruited me a little bit. He was interested in getting back in. He was interested in getting back into the games production side. I guess as the owner or the original founder of Leapfrog, when Leapfrog was taken public or they bought his shares out, he had to stay out of the business for a certain number of years. And even though he and I never worked directly together, one of his main partners, stayed at the company and knew my work and introduced me to him as someone who could get him going on the game side of things. So I did spend a fair amount of time both learning what he was after, but also then introducing him to different development groups that could do the work. He eventually chose a different path outside of those development groups, and which came at a similar time where years of being a computer troll kind of caught up to me. Right? Like, I'll just say it. Everybody who uses a computer, if get a kitchen timer and put it next to your thing and set it for 20, 30 minutes. And whatever you're doing, if you're sitting, stand. If you're stand, sit. If you haven't walked in a while, go walk. Like, humans beings were not meant to sit like this over their computers for 10 hours at a time. Right? Which is how I spent most of my life. And unfortunately, I have a deteriorating spine condition. So I've had to kind of wrestle with that. Most recently having a spine surgery number 4 last year. So they sadly can't just order a replacement part off Amazon. So I'm having to do this instead.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a challenge. But it's one of those things you get by with some help from your friends. And if it wasn't like folks like my friend Jamil, who I met at Leapfrog, with his help, I was able to, actually get to the surgery appointments and actually face a lot of this stuff myself. And knowing that I didn't have to face it alone makes all the difference in the world. I just, it's like, it is what it is. It's one of those it's like I can't help what's happening with my spine, but I can try to make the best out of it. And so these last couple of years, I realized there seems to be an interest out there of how it got started. So I'm in the process of working on sort of a memoir about that time of how I got started and through my years at Atari and going forward.
Wow. Now, we've gone over some of the incredible titles you worked on across a range of genres. Were there any uncredited projects or smaller contributions that you're particularly proud of that we didn't discuss today?
I guess it's, because of the way like things like Moby Games work, I'm never quite fully clear on it. There's a number of games that didn't reach the finish line that I'm still enamored with. Like when I started at Cyclone before it had been fully bought by 3DO, I introduced this idea of they had these like what they had at the time was a sort of a demo with these 2 really cool looking ships that were in like an arena, and I guess the concept was that you would just shoot at each other and that was the game. And not terrible, but not great either. But I had been following, and this is like, I had introduced it as an element in the PES design, but I wanted to use it again, which is basically, I don't know if you're familiar with how like flocking works, like birds flocking or schools of fish. and how they move. It's like, and I did a lot of sort of like research into it, which is there is no shared leader mind. It's a nuance where the group effectively creates its own leader. Like it becomes a leader, a shared mind, and the math that's involved with how the different creatures are sort of doing the navigation have more to do with instinctual reactions to their neighbors than it does to like any like, oh, we're all going north or we're all going south. It's a really weird but interesting dynamic. And I always felt like in the pest case, it was meant to be for the all the roaches that are stealing the loot would be this horde of swarm that kind of just move in a dynamic pattern. When I got to Cyclone, one of the titles, it was the premise was, while you have these cool ships, they would have like sort of magnetic like lassos that you would ride kind of horse-sized sort of swarms or flocks, and sort of like it was kind of like a roundup, right? Like you had to kind of rope in and round up these different kind of creatures as they were going, and the creatures would bring to life things in a sort of trash environment. So we had things like giant silicon spiders that were made up of computer boards, or we would do sort of everything was based on like different kinds of trash, if you will. And the idea was that what these swarms were intergalactic trash that was being dumped by these intergalactic trash, trash aliens, I guess, right? Who saw Earth as a dumping ground, right? Like, oh, they don't seem to care if they have all this trash everywhere. We'll just add to it. And so the premise, it was one of those, like, I'm glad we got the prototype done. I wish we could have followed it through before it got bought by 3DO. But at the same time, I was glad to have the ability to work with like people like Ed Ruvinsky, who had done the engineering on the original prototype, to Rob Adams, who was the key artist, and he worked with like people like Mark Dixon, and they really just came up with some creative stuff. Like just the materials I'm just like, oh, I wish that one got to the finish line. So there's always kind of that experience. And as I said, it might be the last game I ever make, but I'm still hoping that someday I figure out a way to get the funding finished for Pest and get that out the door somehow. Just because I think there needs to be more games where the violence is silly and not so gore infested, as it were. Where games can be. I probably err on the side of like more Spielberg, Lucas type thinking instead of I want things to be more PG than R-rated. Mm-hmm. Right? There's enough other people out there who make violent, bloody video games and stuff. Let them. There aren't enough games that really make you laugh out loud. So that's kind of the ones I would like to see.
Now, before we wrap things up, what are your plans for 2025, and how can people stay in touch with you and your work?
Well, as I mentioned, I'm sort of in the process of, oddly enough, after the Portland Retro Gaming Expo, one of my friends and longtime developers, Steve Mitchell, who was the head of Lore Design before he travels on when he comes out for shows like that for business, introduced me to the idea of working with, I never thought I would be doing it, but using AI as a writing partner. And I know that sounds strange. I was kind of alienated to it. But what I found is that it's really good at it's helping me sew together all the stuff I had already written, right? Like I've written a presentation about about working on Night Shift, for example, but I've done it a couple of times now, and it's helping me thread it together and asking questions as a process. And it's like this sort of back and forth where, this AI thing is asking me lots of useful questions as a writer. I'm like, oh, that's good. I should ask this, or I should, and give me some process and steps to follow just to sort of nudge me along. And so, my goal is to, reach a finish line and actually get the book about, how I got, my house burned down and lost everything I owned, and how that became, the impetus to get me out west, and never expecting in a million years that would lead me to becoming a playtester at Lucasfilm. And then a game producer at Atari where I wanted to work as long as I was a kid. So I think it's a sort of a fun chance to share that story and see where that side of things can go. As far as staying in touch, there's a website I'll put some information on but it's simply jamespurplehampton.com or jameshampton.net. Both will get me there. My friends from Atari, we started something called Retro Game Gurus. So that's me, Ted Takichi, who was a producer on Tempest 2000, Ferran, who was Thomason, who was a producer on Bubsy, and Steve, who was a developer for Highlander. We've now done a couple of the Portland retro gaming shows together, and we're considering doing a few more out there. So we're looking at putting our application in for PAX East in Boston in May. And there's a couple other places. I think Ferran mentioned Phoenix because that's where he is right now, and sort of keeping the door open to sharing the story and getting to meet people who've played all the games.
Awesome.
That's the best
James.
part.
Well, James, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me today. It's been fascinating.
Oh, great. And thanks for asking such great questions. It's really good to be able to dig deep into the time and into the experience, and really appreciate the level of research that you do to, find everything out. So thanks for adding me to your list of noble game developers.
It's my pleasure.